2021 pardon hearing before the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items. So first is a reminder that this is being live streamed. And so because of that, it's important that we maintain audio quality so people can hear. So please mute yourself if you don't know how to do so. If you haven't done Zoom before, there's a little button on the lower left-hand corner of your screen or phone. That's a little microphone. Just click on that. The other thing, until it's your turn, please turn your camera off. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be calling each of you one by one in the order that you're listed on the open meeting notice, because this is a public hearing. And so we will be starting with Jennifer, then Robert, Jill, Neil, Kelly, Harlan, Michelle, and then William. And we will be going in that order. When I call you up, you will have about 5 to 10 minutes in order to share your side of your story with us. What we want to hear from you, we sent you, the governor's office sent you some questions. We want you to answer those. So in short, we want to hear about how you ended up with a felony conviction. We want to know specifics. We don't want to just hear, well, I was convicted on July 1st of 1985. We want to know why you were convicted, what happened afterwards with your sentence in terms of how it went. Were you revoked from probation? Did you go to prison? We want those details. We also want to hear what's happened since then and why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. After that 5 to 10 minutes, please be concise. If you go over that 5 or 10 minutes, I am going to cut you off so we can switch over to questions because we have a lot of folks to get through today. So I'll open up to the Pardon Advisory Board to ask questions. After we are done asking you questions, you can jump off. You don't need to stay around. Everybody jumps off, so you don't get any extra credit points for sticking on longer. Go about your Friday and enjoy your weekend. Once we get through this morning, we have 2 morning sessions, an 8:30 to 10 and then a 10 to 11:30. Then we're going to be meeting in closed session as a board. We're going to be discussing each of your applications, which we've had an opportunity to read. So thank you for taking the time to go through that application. I know it's not an easy one to fill out. And then we'll be making recommendations. If you receive majority support from the board members present, and it looks like today we have 5 board members. So if you get support from 3 of us, your application will move to Governor Evers and he'll make a final determination on whether or not to grant you a pardon. If you don't receive majority support, or if Governor Evers gets your application and rejects it, you'll receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon within 18 months of the date of the denial letter. And that decision is non-appealable. So it is a final decision. You'll hear about the outcome of this process within about a month of today's hearing. That said, because of the holidays and the governor has a very busy schedule, that can vary a little bit, but we do try to notify people within a month. You did go through the longest period of time waiting, which was to appear before us today. It's fairly fast by comparison from here on out. And I'm going to do a quick round of introductions so you know who is on the Pardon Advisory Board, and then we will jump to you, Jennifer. So with us today, we have Judge Jeffrey Kremers. He's a retired judge from the Milwaukee County Circuit Court and former chief judge of Milwaukee County Circuit Court. We have Reverend Jerry Hancock. He is a former state and county prosecutor and is now the director of the Prison Ministry Project. We have Cindy O'Donnell, who is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and formerly with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. And last and not least, we have Myrna Warrington, who's a tribal council member and also works in vocational rehabilitation. And I believe that's through all my housekeeping items. And so with that, Jennifer, you're the lucky one who gets to set the example for everyone else on how this goes. So again, 5 to 10 minutes, explain your side of the story, and then I'll open it up for questions. So Jennifer, please proceed.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Is everything working? Okay. Well, good morning. Okay, I'm going to do the best I can to get through this without crying, because that's what I do. So, and then my grandson this morning was like, I believe in you. So, with that being said, so there are a couple crimes that I do have to explain. So back in 2000, there were a variety of charges related to writing forged checks. I was sentenced originally, I believe in 2001 to 120 days. I also had to do, I believe there was some community service However, I was revocated in 2003. And that was for testing positive for marijuana quite a few times. At that point, I was already pregnant. I had found out I was pregnant right before going. When I was actually resentenced, I was already 4 months pregnant. At that point, the judge then resentenced me to 150 days. I actually got out a couple weeks before I gave birth to my youngest son, Isaiah. I did a bunch of trustee work so that I could get out early. But at that time, it was really hard because I didn't know if I was coming home to my children. So with that being said, then I was released. My son was born September 26th of 2003. And then that being said, a couple years later, 2006, there was an armed robbery that was really difficult. I was sentenced in 2007. I got 60 days for that. And I believe some hours of community service. I don't remember the exact amount of time. I did have restitution that was $1,453.14. That was joint and severed. My co-defendant went to prison for 4 years. So if I wanted to get off of probation, I had to pay all of that myself. I did complete all of my community service. However, because of my crime, it was very hard to complete those hours. The Humane Society wouldn't even allow for me to do them there. So my probation officer had to talk to the supervisor. I ended up actually doing community service at the probation and parole office, cleaning transportation vans and the bathrooms. So I was able to get some of my hours done. However, there were some hours that I couldn't get done, and I was allowed to pay $10 for each hour that I couldn't get done. And then I had to donate that money somewhere. So I donated that to a church. Since then, and then I was released successfully on probation. And I actually have my discharge papers right here because I'm very proud of that. So I was released February 4th of 2011. I did have to turn myself in a day after Christmas. Was very hard for me to do. But I did complete that successfully. Since then, I have just continued to move forward in my life. I was just so angry. I grew up in the system myself, so I aged out. I have done a missions trip. I went to Haiti with my church. I also volunteer for a program called Youth for Christ, which is a program. I deal with like the juvenile justice part of it. So I meet with the kids every Thursday, and we meet at a pizza place, and we hang out with kids that have either been in juvenile detention or like one mistake away from being there. So I just love those kids. I look forward to it. I have done outreach for homeless, like hygiene drives, clothing drives, just quite a bit of stuff. Like I just continue to want to give back. I guess I just kind of felt at some point in my life during all these, the early part of my adulthood, I felt like the world owed me something. But I owe the world something. July 24th of 2019, I got a phone call at 4 o'clock in the morning that my grandson, needed to be picked up. There was a domestic violence situation between his parents. I have had him in my custody since then. However, I'm sorry, my heart is beating a million miles an hour. I haven't slept much. He has been
doing fine.
He has been with me, and he's a joy to me. To be able to have changed my life to the point of having the opportunity to have him has meant the world to me. However, in the state of Wisconsin, you have to be foster care licensed to be able to adopt. And right now, that is what is stopping me from being able to adopt my grandson. They would have terminated parental rights a long time ago, but we've kind of been holding out, hoping that this was going to happen. So I'm very, very grateful for this opportunity. He's a joy. I love him so much. His name is Denari. He has a little sister who also recently was removed from the home. However, I don't have her. My friend Cassie from church went through the foster care licensing to be able to give her a safe place until I could possibly do that for her. I want the pardon to be able to give him some stability. I don't know, I've waited for this for almost 2 years, and I don't know. The day that I got the phone call to pick him up was the day that I was supposed to start my new job, which was really hard to do. I didn't know how I was going to make that all work. I wasn't sure. I kind of felt like just giving up and starting to look for another job after I figured things out with him. However, I called my job that morning and I said I had an emergency. I had some things I had to figure out. Super supportive. They have been supportive of me since day one. They all know that I'm here right now doing this. In the past, would I have been embarrassed to talk about this? Absolutely. But because I am a completely different person, I'm okay sharing my story. They actually just got a $2 raise because they wanted me to know my worth there. So I guess that's, if I left anything out, I have a bunch of notes sitting around me because I wanted to be prepared for this, but I don't think anything can really prepare you for this.
Oh, thanks, Jennifer. That was great. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. So the initial crimes, cashing checks on a closed account, it's obviously a crime. We see that quite a bit on pardon applications, but the armed robbery was sort of a whole nother level, right? And while you said in your statement you didn't know that day your friend was going to do that, you were talking about robbing the pizza place with her, right?
Yeah, it started out as a joke, really. Like, it was just kind of a stupid conversation that we were sitting around the table at a friend's house, and I knew that she had been on probation parole for already armed robbery. And so I was just kind of like, okay, whatever, like, I guess just entertaining it, if you will. I honestly didn't think that she was really going to do anything. I really didn't.
Okay. And she went to prison, you said. Did you have any contact with her during her time in prison or after she got released?
None. I didn't even speak to her the day after it happened. She actually wrote me a letter. I tried looking for it. However, a couple of years ago, I went through all the paperwork from my past and I decided I didn't need to hold on to that anymore. So it all pretty much went into the garbage. But she wrote me a letter and apologized for getting me into the mess that we were in. That should have never have happened. And so she did apologize, but I never wanted to speak to her after that.
Oh, well, that's encouraging. Maybe she changed as well. And how old is your grandson?
4. We have the same birthday, so he just
nice.
turned 4.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry.
Did you see the letters from the Portage County Social Services?
Yep. I did.
They were very positive. And you had a relationship with them, with your son, and now with your grandson?
Yes. Yeah.
And how would you describe that relationship?
With the social workers.
Yeah.
Once I accepted their help, they were an amazing support to me. I actually emailed all of them. I don't work with any of them except for the social worker we have now for Denari. But I emailed all of them and I let them know what was happening today. Because they all believed that I deserved this opportunity. So yes, I still have really good relationships with those social workers.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Jennifer, for, I know it's not an easy thing to appear before, especially via Zoom, but it does save you a trip to Madison. And hope you have a good rest of your day and weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month. So take care.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, next we are going to be hearing from Robert Dumas. Robert, if you're on. The other thing too, if you haven't done so, is helpful if you change your login name to your actual name so we don't see iPhone, for example. And you can do that if you're on a computer. If you just put your mouse or cursor over your screen, you can just click on the 3 little dots and then rename yourself. All right, so Robert, one last time, otherwise we'll jump ahead. All right, Jill Wagner. Jill, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning on your camera. All right, there we go. Well, Jill, you've seen how this works, so now it's your opportunity to share your story with us, and then we'll open it up for some questions. So please proceed.
Okay, I wrote something. Okay, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you here today. My felony is conspiracy to commit retail theft. This happened because I developed a drug habit. I met a very bad man when I was 19 and my life was changed forever. I was under his influence and control for about 8 years. He put a gun to my head when I tried to leave once. Another time, he punched me in the face in front of our young daughter. He also threatened to kidnap and kill the kids if I left. I had restraining orders for years. I was in so deep with him and the drugs, I had very little hope. I escaped one day with my kids with almost nothing while he slept. I take full responsibility for all the crimes I committed. From that first day of my newfound freedom, I never had another crime. That was not who I was or wanted to be. I was sentenced to probation with a stayed prison sentence. I completed probation and was released early, paying my full restitution and having no issues. I performed community service at Safe Park, Shawano Area Food Pantry and Resource Center, Goodwill, and gave free haircuts to women at Safe Haven, the domestic abuse shelter. In those years, I rebuilt my life from the ground up. I have been a state licensed cosmetologist for 26 years and have owned my own salon for 15 years this past October. I run and operate all aspects. I've had many clients going on 20 years. When COVID shut me down last year and I struggled to make ends meet, I studied for online my real estate license and passed the test and became state licensed a few months ago. With the help of my mom and dad, I raised my kids. My daughter is 27 and an Army veteran. My son is 21 and a senior at UW-Whitewater, graduating in May. My youngest daughter is 18, graduated early from high school, and is working as a therapist with autistic kids. I want this pardon for many reasons. I want to travel the world with my family. I want to go hunting with my kids. I want to volunteer with the school sports teams. I want to obtain financial aid to return to college and finish the degree I started years ago. My kids know my past, and most of all, I want to show them that it's never too late to make things right and be a good person and live the life you were meant to live. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Jill. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning. It looks like you were ordered to pay about $4,200 in restitution. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, it was a substantial amount. It was
I
supposed to
know.
be between the three defendants, but to my knowledge, I paid for all of it.
How did you do that?
Just working and making payments, and I did get, for a portion of it, I did get a loan from my mom and dad to help out, and then I repaid them over the next couple of years.
Yeah, good for you. It looks like you were discharged early from probation then as a result of.
Yes, yep.
Okay. And when did you get involved in marathon running?
Let's see. I believe I ran my first race in 2009. I had cancer previously to that. And I had a doctor who said, tell me your exercise plan. And I was a high school and college athlete, but I hadn't done anything for a long time. And I said, well, I have 3 kids and I run a business. And she said, yeah, tell me what you do for exercise. So I started walking and started running and just never stopped.
Good for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Jerry?
Ms. Wagner, has your salon survived the COVID epidemic?
Just barely. I tried to do the real estate thing. That has been pretty hard to get into as well, despite the market, unbelievably. I have a fiance who is extremely supportive. So I get by with it, but I've trying to do some things recently to try and promote myself again, but it's been a real struggle.
Well, there were several letters from people who really valued that business that you had. So
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, Jill, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good day.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll hear from Neil Verbanek. Is that you, Neil?
Verbanek.
Verbanek. My apologies.
No, that's fine. Everyone does it. I hope I've never done Zoom before, so I hope I'm doing this correct.
You're just fine, and I can relate to people mispronouncing a last name. So, Neil, please proceed.
Well, 1989, I believe, got caught stealing from job sites when I was working on them, and I did. Believe I was sentenced to 3 months in county jail, and I don't remember if there was a longer state sentence or not, but I did get off with good behavior or whatever. I believe they released me 30 days early, and since then I haven't been in any trouble whatsoever, and I've been working my whole life. I would like the pardon. Mainly, or one reason, just to have it as something trying to do to better myself, and I'm sure it would help getting a better job than what I have, and it would make my kids feel better. Other than that, I don't know what else to say.
Questions from the board? Jeff?
Morning, sir. So how long had you been stealing things from your employer before you got caught?
Well, at the time I was self-employed, so it wasn't actually from my employer. It was from the jobs, probably from other contractors or whatever. And I would probably say it was like 3 or 4 months, and then I don't know if someone saw me doing it or what, but all of a sudden I was caught.
And I assume this is in the same area where you live now?
More or less, yes. That was more or less Milwaukee. I live up in Random Lake.
And did you ever run into any of those people who were victimized by your stealing after this?
Not that I'm aware of. but I have no clue because I'm not sure exactly who owned the stuff,
And why were you doing this?
I just to have the stuff mainly and, use it for my own purpose, but obviously that wasn't the right thing to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry?
Neil, how long have you been driving truck?
I started in 91 when I was on probation, and I did that until sometime in 94 when I went through a divorce. And then I started driving again in 2009, and I'm still driving.
Has your conviction meant that you couldn't go into certain places, deliver certain loads?
No, the only with the exception of Canada. But no, I got background checked by the the NSA or whatever. Went into numerous military bases, all cleared in that.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? All right, well, thanks, Neil, for you've heard me say it before, so you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Kelly Sears. Kelly?
Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you just fine.
Awesome.
All right, so please proceed.
In 1988, I was drinking and driving, and I wrecked my car and hurt two of my friends pretty badly. And subsequently, I was convicted of 2 counts of greater bodily harm while under the influence of an intoxicant. I completed my 6 months with Huber Law and my probation. I don't remember this a couple of years ago. After that, I went down to UW Platteville and finished my degree in civil engineering, the double emphasis of geotechnical and environmental engineering. I would believe you folks have my application with you right there, hopefully. Boy, I'm lost for words right now. It's a change. But anyway, after that, I moved to Atlanta, Georgia, worked for an engineering firm for a while, got hired by an in-house general contractor building multifamily units. And I got out of the engineering design field into construction management. I've managed projects. Well, I've held quite a few positions on construction projects. The highest level I've ever obtained was back in the early 2000s as a construction manager. And during those years, I completed projects from the ground up in excess of $45 million. I do have some letters of recommendation included in here from previous employers. So I've done quite a bit in the last 30 years. And as far as the reason for my pardon, my request for a pardon, twofold, well, more than two, but number one, the township I live in, the town board is getting elderly, so to speak. And I believe I could assist them if I could run the town board. My experience would help them, I do believe. The other issue is, once again, the travel, the Canada and Australia. My wife right now, she's originally from Southern China, and she's been throughout Asia, but she's always wanted to go to Australia. And I had to explain to her that I don't believe I'm allowed to go to Australia without jumping through a lot of hoops. And of course, nowadays with our wonderful COVID, I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to go to Australia or not, but I know it's kind of short and sweet right there, but I do appreciate the opportunity right here. It's been a few years, and ever since my conviction, I've hoped for this day, to tell you the truth.
Mr. Sears, can you talk a little bit about, we have 2 letters from, the victims here. One is from a letter from back in 2000.
When I
Yeah.
applied before, yes.
Yeah, can you just talk, did you stay in contact with them? What's your relationship like? Do you still have a relationship with them?
I honestly have not talked to them in years. Mary Reindl, I probably have not talked to her in 10 years, I would guess.
Mhm.
And Gary Matz, I haven't talked to him in probably 3 or 4 years.
And what kind of, you all were young when this happened. What kind of impact did it have on their lives?
Oh, they were injured rather severely.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, unfortunately, who was a very attractive young lady, ended up with scars on her face from the impact. And that was devastating, I'm quite certain, for her.
Mm-hmm.
And Gary, he ended up with more structural damage, mostly a hip got damaged on him.
Mm-hmm. Were you all drinking?
Yes.
Okay.
Underage drinking.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It was not.
Sure. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Morning, sir. So it
Good morning.
looks like from your record, you don't have any other drunk driving convictions. Is that correct?
No.
But at the same time, if I'm reading your application correctly, you talked about being sober for almost 5 years.
Almost
So
7 now,
that
yes.
That would tell me that you kept drinking after this incident until about 5 years ago. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Can you talk about, we see a lot of people come in, they have some terrible event, something terrible that they did related to alcohol, and then they never drink again. Why wasn't that you?
I learned not to drink and drive is what I learned.
Okay.
That was my lesson from that ordeal right there. That was damaging.
And why the 5 years sober? Apparently something happened that caused you 5 years ago to say, that's it, I'm not going to drink anymore.
Honestly, I wanted to lose weight. And I knew those empty calories were not helping at all.
I see.
And I quit drinking and I felt better.
Okay.
That wonderful hangover and just have not picked it back up. Don't plan to.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Well, thank you, Kelly, for appearing before us. And as you've heard me say before, we will be in touch in about a month from today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Yep.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Harlon Hurt. So Harlon, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on.
All right.
Well, you've seen how this goes, Harlon. So please proceed in terms of sharing your story with us.
When I was 16, a friend of mine had asked me to sell his uncle some marijuana. I had not ever sold any marijuana before that. I just smoked it occasionally. So it was not a normal thing for me to sell it. I gave in after his incessant requests. I sold a small amount to his uncle, but refused when he had asked me a few weeks later. It turned out his uncle was an undercover cop. And then sometime later, the same friend and I were working on his car. I didn't have the right tools that we needed to fix his car, and we had been drinking. So we decided to go to his neighbor's house and we broke in. I was arrested for a burglary and operating a vehicle without consent. Passenger. I was not aware that the vehicle we were driving around in at the time was stolen. I was just a passenger in the car. At that time, they also charged me with the delivery of THC. And then for my sentence, I took a plea deal to accept the delivery of THC charge on the advice of my public defender. The other two charges were dismissed and read in. I was sentenced on February 6th of 2002 for 130 days jail time and 42 months of probation. My license was suspended for 6 months. I served my time in Washington County Jail on Huber so I could complete high school. I graduated high school and then I was moved into a non-working Huber dorm where I served out the rest of my time. When I was released from jail, I went into the Genesis AODA program. I successfully completed that. Towards the end of my probation, I was picked up on a warrant for operating without a valid license. I had missed a payment and the warrant had been issued. That was a violation of my probation, so I was given the choice to take an ATR, alternative to revocation, or be revoked. I chose the ATR. I did a waiting period of 3 months in the Washington County Jail, and then was transferred to Sturtevant Transitional Facility for another 3 months. I did not get into any trouble while I was at Sturtevant Transitional Facility. I was even released to go to my brother's funeral during that time. He was a Marine killed in Iraq. Once released from Sturtevant Transitional Facility, I finished the remainder of my probation with no issues and paid all my restitution on time. My probation was not extended. So then after my time at STF, I got a job at a company called Imprex as a material handler. I worked there until 2007. Then I signed up for the Local 8 Ironworkers Union Apprenticeship Program. I worked as an apprentice for 3 years and am now a journeyman ironworker. I have taken many courses as part of my continued on-the-job training. I am certified welder, rigger, signalman, and I have many other certificates like forklift driving, first aid, CPR, etc. And even with all these certificates and qualifications and 15 years of experience, I have missed job opportunities because of my past. I got married, and in 2011, my first child was born. My second was born in 2016. These events helped me to change my lifestyle to focus on my family and my work and my community. Before I got into trouble, I was very active in Boy Scouts. My son is active in Cub Scouts, and I am the assistant leader for his den. I was unable to be the leader due to my past record. We will soon be advancing to the Boy Scout rank. I would like the opportunity to be his leader. And then also my daughter is almost old enough to join the Girl Scouts. I plan on being active with both my children through scouting and their school activities, which I cannot do at this time. I have been told I can't go on field trips because of my past. I think it's important that I guide my son and my daughter so they don't make the same mistakes I did. I've made a point of getting my family involved in local events that help the community, like collecting food for the food pantry, keeping the community clean by doing garbage pickups and flower planting, helping with groups for veterans and families of the fallen. We're pretty active with the BTRO, which is being there, reaching out. I have hobbies like beekeeping. We go camping a lot. I want to be able to go to these functions and not worry that someone will bring up my past and prevent my family and I from doing the things that we like to do to help the community.
Oops, you muted yourself, Harlan. Harlan, you muted yourself there.
So I have made some poor choices as a teen over 20 years ago that affected my personal life and job to this day. I regret those actions and have changed my life to reflect that. As a 16-year-old, I was not thinking of the consequences of my actions and the long-term effects it would have on me in my adult life or my family. That's kind of what I prepared for today.
Oh, thank you. I have two questions, and I'll hand it over to the board, or two lines of questions. One is, what you're asking for a pardon for today, Harlan.
Yes.
All that was you're a teenager, right? You're in high school, sophomore and junior in high school, and you're not asking for pardon, or do we grant pardons for misdemeanors? But can you walk me through the timeline some in terms of those criminal misdemeanors you had from about 2004 to 2009? You had the operate without a valid license, operating without carrying a license, another operate without carrying license, and then operating while revoked. Just can you provide some context? I know a lot of times people, they have to drive to work, they have to, but walk me through, explain that to me.
Well, and that is exactly what happened. I had a, what's it called now? I had lost my license, and then I got the permit so I could drive to and from work.
Mhm.
And then eventually, I went to reapply for that, and there was some kind of timeline issue. And then they told me I had to wait an entire year. And then a lot of these ended up, because I was going to and from work for all of these. And I don't know, I just had to go to work.
Mhm.
And that was for my career that I still am working today.
Second question, a little bit different. Can you
Okay.
tell me a little bit about being a beekeeper?
Well, it's a lot of fun. You get stung sometimes, but it's a good hobby. It's me, my mom, and my brother. We had 7 hives this year, and we had them in 2 locations. And it's something I kind of get the kids to go do. Sometimes I get the Cub Scouts out there, and it's just all around fun. Plus, you get honey out of it.
Yeah. No. Other questions from the board? Jerry?
I have 2. I know this was a long time ago, but in the burglary, one of the items that was taken was a diamond ring. And oftentimes victims of burglaries can let a lot of stuff go, but sometimes there are personal items that are taken that really have a lasting effect on victims of burglaries. Do you have any idea what happened to that diamond ring?
He received all his stuff back.
Oh, okay, good.
There was,
go ahead, please, go ahead.
There was actually an issue where we had pawned the stuff at the pawn dealer. He had actually taken the diamond out, and then when the police, we told him that we had pawned it at this store. When they went to pick it up, he tried to say there wasn't a diamond, and unfortunately for him, he actually ended up getting in trouble for that too, because he still had it in his possession.
But it was eventually returned.
Yes, the victim did get all his things back.
My second question is, can you be a little more specific about how this conviction has affected your ability to work as an iron worker?
Yes. I've actually had multiple times where I was unable to go to jobs because of my past. Even last year, I was offered a job as the iron worker safety advocate, and I was turned down because of my felony. I was offered a position as a project manager once in an office, and I was also turned down for that because of my criminal record.
Okay. And have there been locations where you've not been able to go because of your conviction?
Yes, I have not been able to work at certain power plants. And there was also, I believe it was the Waukesha County Jail. We were doing an expansion on there, and they told me I couldn't work there because of it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Hurt, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks. All right, next we will be hearing from Michelle Robertson. Michelle, you're on the ball there, so you've seen how this goes, so please proceed.
Okay. Well, Michelle Robertson here. I was convicted in 1998 for forgery uttering prior to a crime. Basically, prior to a crime, just deciding to hang out with the wrong individuals. I shouldn't even say wrong individuals, but I mean, they were the people who were just making bad choices. At that time in my life, I had just lost my dad, so I was going through like an emotional roller coaster with my feelings. I was a dad's daughter, hooked up to my pops who died. So I was just all over the place and just making wrong decisions. I did one bad thing in my whole entire life, and it has traveled with me now. I'm 43 years old, so it's been hindering me for quite a bit. I served in 98, I did 90 days in the House of Correction. Got released early due to good behavior. I was on probation for about 4 years. Released when I was supposed to be released, no revocation, everything went well. Before my probation ended, I found out I was pregnant with my first son. So, they released me. Other than that, after that, I became a mom, did everything right, paid all my restitution, followed my calling. My calling is I've always wanted to be a teacher. So from 2003, I've been a teacher. From 2003 to 2017, I've been a teacher. That was my passion. That's what I wanted to do. And for certain positions in teaching, my background stopped me from being promoted. Because of my felony, I couldn't get certain things granted to me because of the felony, but I was still able to teach in certain age ranges. So like I said, I was a teacher till 2017, and then I decided to be a truck driver, just to switch up life and see how, driving a truck do for me. So I've been a truck driver since 2017. I got divorced in 2017. So that's why I went to being a truck driver, just to get myself back acclimated with my feelings and emotions and stuff. But with this pardon, it would be able to give me what I want most. And what that is teaching. I care so much about my community. Everybody care about me. So therefore, I want to give back to the community by helping these kids and the families get to a certain space of just being together, loving on each other and all that stuff. My kids look up to me. Everybody around me look up to me. So this pardon, it will definitely make a change in my life. So therefore, I can do bigger and better things. My kids go to a Catholic school, and because of my background, I can't go on certain field trips. And like I say, I love kids. I love doing, things like that, going on trips. And that right there really hit home for me. Like, I really want to take part in this, but I can't. So a pardon, I'm telling you, will change everything for me. It'll give me more time to be active with my kids in school. It'll just let me give back more to what I want. And it's the community. Everybody, like I say, everybody look up to me, and I just want to do what I need to do. And that's just love on everybody else. That's pretty much it. I made a mistake when I was 18 years old. That's been traveling with me my whole entire life. And I just really want to, if I could take it back, I don't know. But now that I'm having the opportunity to try to get off my record, I really want to try to, because I'm bigger and better than that. Mm-hmm. I want to become an entrepreneur, and I can't do that with this hanging over my head. So once all that is gone, it's like a fresh start for me. No doors will be closed, everything will be open for me, and I'll be on to bigger and better things.
Thanks, Ms. Robson. Your brother admitted to pressuring you into assisting him. What happened with your brother? How is he doing? Can you walk me through that?
You talking about how he's doing now? Mm-hmm. Actually, he's going really well right now. So I've been trying to get him to apply for a pardon as well. But I guess, with the family and all his kids he got going on, he ain't actually done it yet. Mm-hmm. But he's been able to stay out of trouble when we just was young and dumb.
Yeah.
It's like we all went through an emotional turmoil for all three of us. And it's like we just got sucked into the pressures of the wrongdoings. Mm-hmm. So it's like it's time for a change.
Yeah. It looks like, at least according to the DOC records, that you still owe some restitution to Kmart. Were you aware of that?
Not at all. It says on my end that my restitution is paid.
Okay. Did you get a letter from the court or DOC regarding that? It looks like you made a number of payments, and sometimes the records are off, but what's your understanding?
When I go on CCAP, it says I owe nothing.
Okay.
So I didn't know anything about Kmart or having to still pay anything.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Jeff?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
It looks like while you were still on probation for the felony, you picked up a misdemeanor theft, a retail theft, and got in 2 years probation for that. What was that about?
That was honestly me going to the grocery store with my sister and her friend. I'm just going grocery shopping, thinking I'm going grocery shopping. I'm waiting for them to finish their transactions. And when they finish their transactions, because I was with that party, that's why I was included in partying to a crime of misdemeanor, because I was with them.
But did you plead guilty to it then? You must have pled guilty or had a trial.
I don't believe we had a trial because I already had the felony. I remember being arrested, then my probation officer coming to see me, and then just releasing me. I don't remember going to court for that.
Okay, because it says you have a conviction for it, so that means you must have pled guilty to it and got 2 years probation. I'm guessing.
It probably just added on to my probation.
Sorry?
That probably was just added on to the current probation.
Yeah, it would have had to run it concurrent, but they could have. That wouldn't be unusual. I was just wondering if you could speak to it, and you have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Gary?
Do you still have a relationship with Walking in the Spirit Ministries?
I do, absolutely.
You want to tell us about that?
Well, I got with Walking in the Spirit about, I would say 14 years ago when I met my ex-husband. That's a place I call home. I mean, it's so warm and so welcoming. Everybody's friendly. That's where I became more closer to my Christian beliefs. It was an amazing family. It was an amazing home.
And you're still there?
I'm still there. I still speak with everybody there. I talk to the pastors. I talk to Derek Kinger. He's a motivational speaker for me. He encourages me a lot, and he's seen my personal growth since we joined the church.
Yeah. No, there was a very positive letter from Pastor Kinner.
Yes.
And offering continued support for your journey. It was a very, very strong letter.
I appreciate it. Thank you. He's definitely a very encouraging person.
All right. Well, thanks, Michelle, for appearing before us. Hope you have a good weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. And it looks like we were unable. We'll go to our final applicant for this morning. Diane did try to get a hold of Mr. DeMoss and was unsuccessful. So we'll move on. So our final applicant for this first morning session is William Gardner. So William, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Not sure. Can you see me?
It looks like your camera's off. So there's a little button in the lower left-hand corner, has a camera icon. You just click that once and it should, there we go.
Oh, okay, you can see me now?
Yep.
Okay, because I can't see myself, so I'm not sure what's happening here. Okay.
Yep, nope, you're fine.
Should I
Please
start now?
Yep, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning. My name is William Gardner. Everybody calls me Bill. I'm 74. I just turned 74 years old in November. I sold my family business back in 88. And I had a lot of money, and I had an interest in this of the Wisconsin Southern Railroad, which is because I wanted a place to go to. I had a lot of money, 42 years old, had all the wrong friends. I wanted a job. So I went, bought a railroad. Everybody thought I was nuts. In the next 23 years, I expanded that railroad to 850 miles in the state of Wisconsin. And I worked with the Bureau of Railroads and Harbors out of DOT. And we built the railroad up. We started with 18 employees and 4 locomotives. When I retired, we had 44 locomotives and 250 employees operating the railroad. Ask me anything about railroading and I'll tell you, because I know how railroads work and how I operated railroad. Unfortunately, in excuse me, in I believe 2012, I made a horrible mistake, and I mean horrible. I donated money and had my employees donate money for a political contribution, and I would reimburse them through the company funds, not realizing the outcome of what the mistake I made by doing it the way we did it. One of my employees contacted our attorney's firm, explained to them what we were doing, and they said, "You guys are doing, you can't do this. It's you're violating the law." So what we did was I turned myself into the GAB, explained to them what we did. The GAB gave us a fine of $286,000, which we paid right away. The money that we donated was returned to us, and then we donated that money to another cause. I think it was the Humane Society. I mean, this is like 9 years ago, but we donated it to something at that time. I then received 200 hours of community service and 2 years probation. I pled guilty because I knew I was wrong, so wasn't going to lie about it. I threw myself at the mercy of the court. Got 2 years probation and 200 hours of community service. So what I did was my attorney set me up with a charter school in Milwaukee, and I worked with the charter school. I rented a 16 or 18 passenger van. Took the employees, the students that had an interest in railroading, out to the railroad, out in the field, showed them how locomotives work, how we repair rail, replace. Good paying career if you get into the railroad industry, with great benefits, great health care, medical and all that, great retirement fund. So just trying to educate the students that there's other ways of making a living as compared to just going to college. So we did that for my 200 hours. I also got involved with the Red Hat ladies, which I never knew existed until somebody asked me, "Hey, you want to volunteer your service at a function up in Plymouth, Wisconsin?" So I drove up to Plymouth, Wisconsin. They told me I had to dress black slacks and white shirt. And I was a waiter for 2 tables. Each table had 10 people, 10 ladies with their red hats on. And I was a server to them. And I would set the ladies down, open up their napkin, put their napkin on their laps, as a gentleman. And all of a sudden, other tables were seeing what I was doing. They said, "Hey, we want him to take care of our table." And I had 2 tables, and I said, "Ladies, I'm sorry, I just can't handle more than 20 people." So I learned what the Red Hat ladies were about, which I never knew existed before that. With my probation officer, I had no problems with him. We got along great. I even asked him later on, I think in my second year, I said, "Hey, would you like me?" I saw he was having meetings every so often with a group of people. And I explained to him, I said, "Hey, would you ever want me to speak to these people on maybe trying to help them out and turn them around?" And his comment is, "Bill, they are beyond that. So you're just going to waste your time." I said, "Okay, well, at least I tried." In 2013, I brought on a partner for the railroad because I wanted to expand more and build the railroad more in the state of Wisconsin, but that didn't happen. And eventually I retired. So I've, retired, had some money, helping my son build his business up. He owns 24 rental homes and several commercial properties now. And I'm helping him along with that. And the reason I'm asking for this pardon is, I'm 74 years old. In fact, I think I was the oldest person on this Zoom call today. We ride Harleys. My son rides Harleys. My grandkids ride Harleys. And we would like to travel and go up into Canada and see the Western Canadian Rockies on the Harleys. And but we can't do that because I can't leave, cross the border at this time. But something I want to do with the family, with my sons and grandkids before I get too old, because at 74, I don't know how many more years I'm going to be able to ride a bike. I also have running a railroad for 24 years or 23 years. I really enjoy railroading, and I love trains. I love riding trains all the time. And my son and I would like to go to Europe and ride the European trains all over, the Swiss Alps and, through Russia and Germany and all that. But, because of the conviction, I just can't get into some of these countries. So I guess I'm asking for that, because I made a horrible mistake. I regret it. There's nothing I can do to unwind the clock, but all I can do is throw myself and ask you if I'm worthy to receive a pardon, to be able to do these things in what years I have left on this earth. So that's all I have at this time. Any questions? And I'll be happy to answer the best I can.
All right, thanks, Bill. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning. In your letter, you refer to the violations as nonviolent and technical. They're clearly nonviolent. I'm wondering what you mean when you say they were technical violations.
I think that's what my attorney said I should put down. So I wasn't totally sure, listening to lawyer language, what it meant, but that's what he said put down. So that's what I did.
Okay, but you signed the application. These are
yes.
Is that what you think about this crime, that it was just a technical violation?
Well, if I would have researched this out the right way, this never would have happened. But being a strong-willed person, I never researched it out, and I think that was my technicality of being stupid by not researching it out.
So you also say that you weren't really active in campaigns, but in 2005, you paid a forfeiture for violating campaign finance laws when you were a lobbyist, right?
2005. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
you paid $1,000 forfeiture because you made a donation when you were a lobbyist, which was prohibited.
Yeah, I really, I was following somebody else's footsteps because, to be honest with you, I really didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was really very naive. And if they said, Bill, you got to pay $1,000 fine because you're a lobbyist, fine, pay the $1,000 fine and move on. So that's all I could say on that. Stupid.
I got to tell you, this strikes me as a pretty sophisticated scheme that you had going. You had a lot of subordinates that you were telling to donate. In an email you wrote, quote, "Let's not blab this around," which indicates to me you knew that there was something wrong with it. I don't think this was naive at all.
Like I say, very naive. Like I say, if I would have contacted our attorneys and said, hey, this is what I want to do. Is this legal? I didn't do that. And that was my mistake for not doing that. And that, like I say, I regret this, and this has been living with me for the last, 9 years. And I just want to try to do something right and move on.
Thank you.
Jeff?
So just following up on that, sir, you were a registered lobbyist in 2005-ish. So you had to comply with certain rules with respect to that, and you violated those rules, as Cindy just indicated in her questions with you. And then in this event that you're asking for a pardon for, you apparently knew that there was a limit on how much you could contribute to a political candidate, right?
Correct.
Because otherwise, why would you go to the trouble of getting other people to contribute money if if it's an extra $20,000 that you wanted to give to a candidate, you just give the $20,000. But you knew that you couldn't do that, so you went to, in my example or my hypothetical, 10 employees and said, hey, you guys each give $2,000. That gets the candidate the $20,000 you want, and I'll reimburse you for the $2,000 that you have to spend. It's a little hard to accept, Mr. Gardner, that you didn't have that kind of scheme in mind as you set this up, and therefore it's a little hard to accept that this was just some naive stumbling over the line of what's acceptable and more along the lines of, a more sophisticated scheme of how to skirt the campaign finance laws, which you had already violated 4 years earlier. What do you say to that?
Well, I was not really, didn't know I was a lobbyist until somebody said you're a lobbyist because you're going around talking to state people. So I was, maybe I'll say second chair to the gentleman that was taking me around to all the people to that I meet and doing the glad handing and shaking hands and all that kind of stuff. And then it was brought to our attention that I'm a lobbyist. I'm thinking, I didn't realize I was a lobbyist because all I'm just doing is going around meeting people and telling them what we're doing at the railroad and that. But somehow somebody classified that as a lobbyist. So, out of my control, somebody says, well, you're a lobbyist, you violated the law, you got to pay $1,000 fine. It's okay, I'll pay $1,000 fine. I didn't realize that, but, I wasn't going to dispute it. It was $1,000 and, I stopped, doing what I was doing. I don't know if that answered your question, but that's, just at that time was very naive because I was with another gentleman who was a lobbyist, and he was the one taking me around to the state of officials and trying to promote the railroad more than it was and all that.
You've answered it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Jerry?
Just a comment. Mr. Gardner, you're not the oldest man, you're not the oldest person on this Zoom call.
Well, I was the oldest person of the people you were on the list of people here.
That may or may not be true.
So that's
all right.
Okay. Well, looking at everybody, it looked like I was the oldest one out of everybody that was there.
Well, thanks for appearing before us, Bill. As you've heard me say a couple of times now, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of this process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you and have a great holidays, people.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Bye.
All right, so we are running ahead of schedule. We are not going to be hearing from, we've been unsuccessful getting Mr. DeMoss, so I propose that we take a little break here and we reconvene at 9:55 for our 10 a.m. group. Is that okay with the board? All right, so we will all mute ourselves and turn off the cameras, and then we'll be back here in about 20 minutes. Thanks.
Hey, Cindy, how long are you going to be in England?
10 days.
And all in the London area?
Yeah. Really looking forward to it. It should be nice.
Yeah. I went to school over there for a year a long time ago and just loved it.
Did you?
I was in Southampton. Actually, Bournemouth is where I was living, but attending the University of Southampton. But, you know, it's also close over there. We were up in London. It seemed like every other weekend or something. I saw James Taylor in a little theater in London.
Seriously.
In 1970.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he still had all his hair, and we knew he was going to turn out to be quite the star. But there was this tiny little theater we saw him in. It was great.
It was very cool.
But I always remember just how beautiful London was at Christmas time, where they decorate the streets and stuff in the area around Herod Square, and just wonderful.
All right, I'm gonna admit everybody. All right,
Well,
folks,
good morning.
Morning. We'll get started in just a minute.
All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we'll get started in just a minute.
All right, cool.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. My name is Ryan Nelsestew, and I'm chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board and Governor Evers' chief legal counsel. I'm going to go over a few housekeeping items with me, so please listen carefully and and then we'll get started. So first of all, we are live streaming this, and we have a number of folks on this call. So please mute yourself. You can do so in the lower left-hand corner. There's a little microphone icon. You can just touch that and it will mute yourself. Similarly, with the exception of the Pardon Advisory Board members, please turn off your camera until it's your time to speak. You do that the same way as you're turning off your microphone, except for there's a little camera icon in your lower left-hand corner. So please go ahead and do that. The other thing is, looks like everybody is using their real names for their screen names, so that is helpful as well. How this is going to be proceeding today is that we have a 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. session. During this session, I'm going to be calling each of you in the order in which you're listed on the open meeting notice. So again, this is a public hearing. So we're going to start with Candy, then James, Jessica, Jason, Aaron, Alicia, and then Denise, and then finally Tasha. When I call you up, please unmute yourself and turn on your camera. It will be your opportunity at that time to share your story with us. The governor's office sent you a couple of questions before today's hearing. We want you to answer those questions. So in short, what we want to hear from you is how you ended up with a felony conviction or felony convictions. We want specifics. We just don't want to hear I was convicted and then move on. We want to know what your crime was and what your role was in that crime. We also want to hear about how your sentence went, whether or not you're revoked from probation or supervision, for example. And then we want to hear what has happened in your life since then and why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After we hear from everybody today, we are going to be meeting in closed session. During that time, we will vote on your application. If you receive majority support from the board members present, which is 3 out of the 5 members present today, your application will be forwarded to Governor Evers, and he'll make a final determination on whether or not to grant you a pardon. If he doesn't decide not to grant you a pardon, or you don't receive majority support from the board, your application will be rejected and you'll receive a denial letter from the board, and you'll be able to reapply in 18 months from the date of that order. You'll hear from us in terms of whether it's a denial or a pardon in about a month from today's hearing. Two more housekeeping items. One is after you appear before us, you do not need to stay on. Nobody does. You don't earn any extra credit points for hanging on, so you can jump off and go about your day. The other thing is I'm going to quickly introduce the board members so you know who you're talking to today. So in addition to myself, we have with us today Cindy O'Donnell. She is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and formerly with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We have Jeff Kremers, who's a retired judge from Milwaukee County. We have Myrna Warrington, who's a tribal council member and also works in vocational rehabilitation. And we have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is a former state and county prosecutor and now is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. So that is my housekeeping item. So Candy, it looks like you're all set to go. You get to be our first person and get to set the stage for us. So again, share your story with us. Please do so concisely in about 5 to 10 minutes. When people run over that, I'm gonna cut them off so we can keep things moving because we have a lot of folks to hear from today. So Candy, please proceed. Can you hear me, Candy? All right, we will have somebody reach out to Candy to make sure she can hear us. Looks like we're having some technical issues. We will then jump ahead instead to Jim Larson. So Jim, if you wouldn't mind turning on your camera and unmuting yourself, you can proceed. All right, Jim.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. So now's your opportunity, so please proceed.
Okay, good morning. I want to say thank you. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to be heard. Mine was 29 years ago. I got convicted of Class C party to a crime theft. There was 4 of us all together, and basically we stole a vehicle and then proceeded to our idea was to go live off the grid. I don't even know how to explain it. I was a kid and just not using my head. I was sentenced to 9 months in county, 5 years probation with restitution and bunch of other fees. I was incarcerated almost a year because I sat 3 months before trial. That was not taken off the sentencing. While I was incarcerated, I attended AA classes. I got my HSED because I was actually incarcerated before I graduated high school. Since then, I have earned my master's credential for grain handling for the job I have today through Kansas State. I did get my AA degree from Minnesota State. I've been married 18 years now. I have 3 girls. I've tried to be an active part of society. I coach soccer for my daughter, chaperone school trips, things like that. Me and my wife have, for 3 years, she is a general manager of a hotel. We did care packages for the troops, different things like that. Since the conviction, it was hard at first to get back into everyday life, different things. I was turned down some places and some places not. I went into construction. I did that for most of my life. I was a journeyman carpenter in the cities for Local 851. The last 15 years, I am with CHS in northern Minnesota. I am looking at a promotion now. My boss, after 40 years, is retiring, and I'm looking at getting that position. The pardon would help me as far as that job, the opportunities. We have a lot of locations all over the world, including Canada. That's something that I can't do with the conviction. Simple things like we have a manager's meeting for work every year, and it's a fishing trip in Canada, and I can't be a part of that. The biggest part is my daughter, my oldest daughter was really pushing me to do this. She's lived in Alaska for 8 years now. And I mean, the firearm use is kind of it's a day-to-day thing there. And I've always been, I mean, my brother brought my nieces and nephews up last year for a trip, and I was afraid to even go on a hike with them because you have to have a firearm with you when you're on simple things like hikes. But my kids are the biggest reason I'm doing this. It definitely would help with work and my job, but I honestly never thought I would be able to get a pardon. So they kind of really pushed me to do this. Sorry, I'm really nervous. I don't know if I skipped anything.
No, that's good, Jim.
I guess I can answer any questions you have.
Yep. I have a couple questions. I'll hand it over to the board. One, just what exactly was going on back in the early 90s? I mean, there's obviously the felony conviction here, but there are also some other associated misdemeanors, in terms of theft and issuing worthless checks. Can you just kind of walk me through what was happening?
When I had some problems with school and stuff, my dad kind of disappeared out of the picture, and it was just my mom, and then I started having some problems in school, got mixed up with the wrong crowd. I mean, I'm just being honest, and got in some trouble, dropped out of school. There was some misdemeanor thefts. I got with the wrong crowd and started just, it wasn't like entering a house or anything like that. It was, we stole some tires off a junk car is all it was. But then I got with the guy I was with. He was in trouble for some other stuff, and he was older than me. And then it was his big idea that, we were drinking and stuff. I'm not trying to blame it on alcohol, and just, we were drinking and stuff, and ended up, I wrote some bad checks. It all happened in one little time period. Wrote some bad checks, and then the idea was that we were going to take off and go to Canada and live up in the mountains. I mean, like I said, it's just stupid.
Usually pardons aren't granted to misdemeanors, but if they're on the same judgment and conviction, sometimes we have. Is there a reason why you didn't want those misdemeanors pardoned?
To be honest, I don't know how else to say it. I didn't want to be greedy.
Sure.
I don't know how else to explain it. The felony is the one that comes up.
Yeah.
I haven't been turned down for a job because of a misdemeanor, but I have for the felony.
Yep. And
to go to Canada, the misdemeanors, as far as I know, I wouldn't have a problem, but the felony I will, or, I would. And that's honestly, that's the only reason.
No, that makes sense. Final question, then I'll turn it over. You disclosed that you're back, again, going back to the early 90s, your girlfriend's mother took out a restraining order against you. What was going on there?
Oh, She just didn't like the people I was hanging out with, which I honestly can't blame her. She didn't like the people I was hanging out with, and she didn't want me seeing her daughter, and so she did a restraining order. There was nothing, there was no violence or anything like that. She just didn't want me hanging around her daughter.
Okay. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks a lot, Jim. As you heard me say earlier, you'll hear from us in about a month. Feel free to jump off, and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thanks. All right. Candy, can you hear us now? We'll try. Hey, Candy, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Oops, looks like
I don't know what that means.
Let me see. Oh, here. Well, it looks like Diane. All right. Can you hear me now, Candy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yeah, sometimes we have to do a little bit of a workaround here, but well, so Candy, what I would like you to start with is talk about, how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and then why are you seeking a pardon today? What's happened since then that you think why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon? So please proceed.
Well, my name is Cynthia. I committed a crime in 2004, 17 years ago, fleeing a second-degree reckless endangerment of safety. Around that time of March 6th, if I'm not mistaken, 2004, I had just got off work at 10:30 p.m. I had went down to Mr. Park's place on 16th and North Avenue in Milwaukee, Wisconsin to pay a deposit down on my sister's birthday party. It was these three guys was at the bar as I was paying my sister's deposit. They kept harassing me and kept harassing me. After I paid the deposit to Mr. Park's place, I proceeded to leave out the building as they continued to follow me out the door. The parking lot was full of people, and there was a lot of police present at the time. As the three young men kept proceeding to harass me, I tried to notify officers to let them know that these three gentlemen was harassing me. So pretty much, as they kept harassing me, I had got real upset and very angry. The officer had yelled at me and told me to get in my car. And when I got in my car, I wasn't thinking at the time. I didn't see him in my blind spot or anything. Instead of me putting my feet on the gas, I accidentally put my feet Instead of me putting my feet on the brakes, I accidentally put my feet on the gas, and I accelerated off, and I accidentally hit the officer, and I had left the scene. I'm so sorry, sir.
Oh, that's fine.
I had left the scene. So we let them say I took them on a high-speed chase, but I was only doing like 35 to 40 miles an hour. So they put me over somewhere on North Avenue. I'm not off of the street. They took me into custody. I did 90 days. I did 45 days in Huber Law. I did the other 45 days at home on the telephone system. I completed 2 years of probation. I did anger management in 2004. It was an 8 to 12 week course. I completed that. I also did volunteer work at Mother Scott Christian Youth Church, serving food to the homeless. I always have kept a steady job. I work with the elderly. I'm so sorry, sir.
Oh, that's fine. It's not an easy way to talk about this.
This is really hard for people. Every time I talk about it, I just tear you up a little bit. So, since the time I committed my crime, I've been working. I've been trying to enroll myself in school. I've been trying to complete a career, but the career that I want to complete is criminal justice. I want to be a CO, but I can't become a CO due to the fact of the felony. So I feel like my case was 17 years ago. I feel I deserve a pardon because I have not been in any trouble and my conviction. Right now, I work as a certified nursing assistant. I work with the elderly. I've been on my job 6 years. I take care of my parents. And I also take care of other elderly people. So I'm just asking for a second chance of a new life.
Thanks, Ms. Stanton. Do you know, in terms of the officer that was struck, do you know if they were injured or what happened to them?
From my understanding, they told me that he wasn't hurt or anything because he had put his hands on my vehicle. That was explained to me by one of the detectives.
Okay.
So
And can you?
I didn't call any injury to him, like a broken bone or anything.
Okay. All right. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Ms. Stanton, you said in your application that you didn't see the officer. Did you know that you had hit the officer?
No, sir. I didn't find that out until after I've been taken into custody because, like I say, I didn't see him in my blind spot or I didn't see him nowhere near my vehicle. So when I finally calmed down, when I went to the county jail, that's when everybody, that's where they was explaining to me, like, what had happened because I was so shook up and so upset, I really didn't know what happened at the time either. So when I did calm down from the situation, as they was talking to me and let me know exactly what had happened.
You left the scene and police cars started chasing you, right?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave the scene?
At the time when I left the scene, I didn't know that I had, hit anyone. So I just put my car in drive and I just was proceeding to go home. And so that's when, as I was driving, that's when I kept seeing all the lights behind me. Then I finally pulled over. And then that's when they took me out the car and arrested me and took me down to the Milwaukee County Jail.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, Candy, for appearing before us. You don't need to stay on, so feel free to hang up and drop off after this. But thank you for sharing your story with us. I know it's not easy to do on Zoom, and I hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, just pull up the agenda. Next up, we'll be hearing from Jessica Cass. So Jessica, looks like your camera's on, but if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. So you've seen how this has gone a couple of times. So now is your opportunity to share your story with us. So please proceed.
All right, good morning. So I'm here today with the hope that I may be granted a pardon for my felony charge from February 26, 2011, which is a fourth OWI within 5 years, or operating with PAC fourth within 5 years, I believe. At this point in my life, I was in a very faded spot, a very rough relationship, very toxic relationship. And my career was also, I was a bartender in a small town where I was encouraged to drink with my customers. At the time I would never admit any of this, but I was using alcohol as a coping mechanism. And it never seemed like I was coping because at that age, and in the town I lived, it was what everybody my age did. That's what they did in their free time. It was part of my job, and it was consuming me. And it was so socially acceptable that I never realized it. And so slap on the wrist after slap on the wrist, I still didn't realize it until, of course, this charge. After this charge occurred, in the process of my drinking, I actually had lost custody of my children. My entire life fell apart. I was then, upon sentencing, I did alcohol assessment, AODA assessment, and follow through. I was given a fine of like $2,930 in addition to other costs, I believe. 30 months of revocation of my license, 30 months of the Intoxilac, 3 years of probation, 200 days in jail, which I was eventually given a house arrest monitor, and it was like a machine that would take my BAC, and then I would blow into it regularly throughout the day numerous times. They offered that to me due to the fact that I was with my children and also working as a single parent. In the process of leaving the toxic relationship, that was also a portion of that. So I completed my probation, I believe it was 2015. Since then, I have obtained a applied science, sustainable food and agriculture degree. I mean, as far as my achievements, I have my kids back. I've had to basically build my life, I guess, essentially from the ground up, learn new ways to cope with things. I don't use alcohol at all anymore. It's not something that is a part of my life. I've been away from that and living a good life for many years, and currently have taken a career change, and I'm going for medical coding. And I do fear we have to do like this stuff through Castle Branch and all these other things for professional practice. And I fear that I've earned the ability to obtain a job doing this. And I really fear that in against another applicant, that my felony charge is going to really hinder my ability to get the job that I want. And I really just don't want to carry it with me any longer. It's been so much of that, almost to the point where when something's on your record for that long, you almost forget it exists, but it does exist,
Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning. It's not a requirement, but we encourage people to submit letters of support, and you chose not to. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to why you made that choice.
I don't know. I didn't really know who to all reach out to be honest, if I'm being honest. Like my grandmas, my teachers, or anything else. I was just a little bit overwhelmed by the paperwork. If I'm being honest, I did go back to my hometown and track down like the accident reports and ones prior to the felony as well. So you guys could kind of get an idea of, what I was going through for that whole period of time rather than just for the felony. But I'm not exactly sure why I failed to send that stuff in.
And it's fine. As I said, it's not a requirement. I was just curious. Sometimes, people have different reasons for not doing that.
Yeah.
You state in your application you've been sober for 8.5 years. Is that pretty accurate still?
Yeah.
It's probably 9.5 years now since you filled out the application.
I did have like a drink at my wedding, but I have not gotten drunk.
Okay.
And I don't drink.
You don't drink at all, or you don't drink and drive, or?
I don't currently drink at all.
Okay.
At all.
And how old are your kids?
I have a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a 5-year-old.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Jeff?
Good morning. Can you tell me over what period of time did you get the 4 drunk driving, excuse me, the 4 drunk driving convictions?
It was in a 5-year period.
All 4 were within a 5-year period?
Well, the very first one, I can't seem to find, to be honest. I don't know where, I know that I was 17 when it happened. And I can't seem to find like the dates of it or anything like that. So I don't believe that one is in, I don't know how that worked out because.
Well, usually the first one is not a criminal offense. Therefore, there often aren't as good of records about it. It's usually handled in municipal court, often handled in municipal court. There may not be the same kind of CCAP record that there are for the criminal convictions. So the first one happened though when you were 17, and the last one happened when you were what, 26?
25, 26, yeah.
25, 26.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
All
see
right.
2011.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
No.
All right, well, thanks, Jessica, for appearing before us. As you've heard me say a couple of times, you'll hear from us in about a month, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, you as well.
Right. Next, we'll be hearing from Jason Januszewski. So Jason, my apologies for butchering your name there, but now is your opportunity to share your story with us. So please proceed.
Yes, sir. So I got arrested in 2006. What happened was I had these bodybuilding magazines. I was self-treating back injury. I have a herniated disc and I have a bulging disc, L4, L5, and L5S1. So I'm a boxer. So I got this stuff, did not realize it became illegal in this country until when I got arrested. So it got intercepted in the mail down in Illinois. So HIDA came to my house and asked me about it. They wanted to be a CI. I was afraid to do that. So they took me to jail. So I spent 30 days on house arrest and 1 year of probation. I have not done anything since then. I am trying to get a job in law enforcement out in Phoenix, Arizona. That's why you see my letter of recommendation. It's from the detective sergeant from Apache Junction. He's sitting there and he's trying to do whatever he can to get me into law enforcement. So I'm just trying to move my career forward. I feel bad. I embroiled myself on the system, but it was a mistake. I did not realize I was making it at the time, but it happened.
Thanks, Jason. How do you treat your pain now?
Honestly, a lot of stretching, yoga. I still go to the gym, stuff like that. Yeah, it feels better, especially with the stretching.
Good.
Stretching and yoga make a little difference. I also bought an inversion table where I hang upside down. Yeah, I don't take any form of medication or anything else like that.
Good for you. Questions from the board? All right, well, you got off easy here, Jason. So thank you for waiting around.
Okay.
As you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good day.
Okay, thank you. You too, sir.
Right, thanks.
Bye.
All right, and our next applicant we will be hearing from is Aaron Bouchard. So Aaron, thanks for waiting. You've seen how this goes, so please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Bouchard. I was born and raised in Merrill, Wisconsin. I currently reside in Nashville, Tennessee. When I was a kid, I don't know, I don't want to say I was a bad kid, but I sure did do some stupid stuff, running around with friends, being foolish, all in the name of having fun. And when I turned 18, I guess it really wasn't out of my system yet of being a little kid and doing young, foolish things, The story with mine is my friend and I, we wanted to play some video games and we were going to be at his house. And it's just kind of a strange situation where everything kind of fell in the line where his older brother came home and was being belligerent and being mean. And I mean, I wrote this all up. I know it asked for details. I really wrote as good a detailed story as I could to go along with it to really paint the picture of what went on that night. But through all the circumstances, a group of friends and I went out and basically tried to steal some beer for this guy. And it was a situation where we were pressured into it. I was only a couple of months over 18 years of age. And, you know, being an adult now and looking back on it, it's so easy to see that, you know, I should have just went home. You know, when in doubt, just go home. And I didn't do that. And we went and tried to get some beer. I never even put my hands on the beer once we got it, but it caused so much problems in my life. I was sentenced to 3 years of probation. I had a police officer put a pistol in my head that night. I mean, so many things could have went so terribly wrong for me that night. But what ended up happening was I was sentenced to 3 years of probation, which I completed. And I mean, it was eye-opening, really. It was, it's funny to say it now. I was kind of grateful for the probation. Looking back, I mean, at the time, obviously I wasn't, but looking back, it became a good excuse for me for when my friends go, hey, let's go to a party. Oh no, I can't, I'm on probation. You know, so it became my excuse to keep myself out of trouble. So I completed my 3 years of probation. I eventually would get a job on radio, which would lead to all kinds of great opportunities for me, where I would move to Nashville, Tennessee. And I've never, ever been in any trouble since for something that happened to me just, you know, shortly after turning 18. And it becomes something that I've carried with me my whole life. I've got a son of my own now who is at about the age where I was when I was making those kind of mistakes. And I guess it's a blessing in disguise. Like I said, at the time, you don't think about it that way because you're a kid and you think, I'm in trouble. This stinks. I don't like it. But as an adult, it's easy to look back and go, you know what? It was a totally learning experience. And it's something I can go to my son and say, look, you know, everybody makes mistakes, but you can turn your life around, you know, and I've been blessed. My son hasn't been nearly as mischievous as I was at that age. You know, he's a really good kid. And I feel like kind of a success story because being that young and making those kind of mistakes, but then being able to turn my life around and be a good person. And, you know, like I said, I live in Tennessee, but I'm a true Wisconsinite at heart. I take a lot of pride in being the kind of person that when people meet me, I want them to meet me and go, what a great guy, you know, and someday meet somebody else. And when they say, I'm from Wisconsin, they say, I knew a guy from Wisconsin once that was, you know, I try to build the stereotype of people from Wisconsin, hardworking, loyal, honest, dependable. And that's what I try to be now, you know, and I take a lot of great pride in that. And I want to be a success story. And everything I've done in my life since making the foolish mistakes of being youthful has led me and made me feel like I am a success. I have turned my life around. I've got a great job with a great company I've been with many years. I am a good part of my community. I'm a great husband. I'm a great father. And I am all those things: honest, loyal, dependable person with character and integrity. At 18, I couldn't say that. Now I can say that with honesty and complete truthfulness in that, and have a lot of pride in it. But the one thing that's missing from my success story is this closure at the end. Now, a felony on my record, it has affected me in the past. You know, like I said, now I've got a great job with a company I've been with for many years. In Tennessee, when you fill out an application, they generally ask, you know, have you been convicted of a felony in the last 7 years? It's been almost, I guess, over 25 at this point. And I've been in zero trouble since, outside of maybe a speeding ticket, one speeding ticket. And I feel like, you know, I could go back to my son and say, you know what, I made mistakes when I was young and I learned from them and I grew from them and never held resentment to anybody over it, because regardless of the situation, they were my choices. I could have went home and I didn't. I went with it, and it was a terrible mistake. Boy, this is an eye-opening thing today to see all the different people lined up. There's some really great people. I'm very grateful that this board and the governor and the state of Wisconsin does this and offers people a second chance. If I could get this removed from my record, it would mean the world to me and make me feel like I have the closure that, yes, I am a success story. I have turned my life around, and it would mean the world to me to have this expunged off my record, to be pardoned by the state of Wisconsin. It would mean the world to me.
Thanks, Aaron. Questions from the board? Jerry? You're muted, Jerry.
I got it. There's something on the record that you were convicted of this in 1994, but in 2000, you were arrested for a misdemeanor for failure to pay fines and comply with community service. Is there any bells?
No, I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay. Well, sometimes we get misinformation. And you sponsor or you're involved in a live music podcast in Nashville?
That is correct. Yes.
How does that, briefly, how does that work?
Well, about 10 years ago, I was looking for a job, and being that I worked in radio, I found this advertisement for somebody looking to start a podcast. And at the time, I didn't even know what a podcast was. And so I reached out thinking this was a job, and the gentleman that was starting it says basically it's like a radio show that goes out on the internet. And, you know, he listed a bunch of bands that he wanted to talk about. I said, boy, that's right in my wheelhouse. You know, everything from the Beatles to bands coming out today. And it's a chance for me to take my radio experience. And, you know, I've got a full-time job and it's a hobby, but in the last 10 years of doing this, we have become one of the most popular music podcasts in the entire world. And so this is something else too, because we've got VIPs. It's somebody that pays a little money to get extra content from us. And I've kept people updated on what this is about and what I'm doing. And friends and family from back home in Wisconsin are all very interested in hearing how this goes. And so by doing that show, it's allowed me to reach people from all over the world who are fans of rock music the same way I am, the same way my co-host is. And it's been a really, truly a successful and enlightening and enriching thing in my life.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really don't know about that thing in 2000. I'm not aware of what that is at all.
Any other questions for Aaron? All right, well, thanks for appearing before us. And as you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process. So thanks a lot.
Again, thank you guys for doing this and hearing these stories from people like myself and the ones we've heard already. It's a beautiful thing to know that somebody can make a mistake when they're young and have an opportunity to have it, you know, pardoned when they're older. So thank you guys again so much.
Oh, thank you. All right, thanks. Take care. All right, next up on our agenda, looks like Alicia.
Alicia, yeah.
It's that close.
Yes, you were.
I was right on the fence on which way to go, but thanks, Alicia, for appearing before us. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
All right, my name is Alicia, and I have a couple felonies on my record. It was back in maybe 2000 where I started my criminal as I was well grown, like I was in my 20s. Things start happening. I've been a person who has really had to take care of my siblings. I'm the oldest. Things in my past had just kind of caught up with me. And when I got grown, I got addicted to drugs. So that's what led up to a lot of the criminal activities that happened with forgery, got into the wrong crowd. I was introduced to it by certain people, and I found it was easy at first, but then when I got into the drugs, it just made things a lot worse. So I use other people's credit cards without them knowing. I was using the money, the merchandise to get high. And pretty much it was just a ripple effect of all of it. Now, once I ran out, I started going back, and finally I was tired. When I got arrested, it was like game over. I'm done. I had one son at the time for my first conviction, and he was young, and I was still doing drugs. And the last one I think was, no, not the last one. It was during school time, and I went to Walmart and I purchased some stuff and tried to return it, but to get him school clothes. And I'll never forget when I got locked up, my son was like, no, they never came to see me for a while because he was mad. And he told me, he was like, I didn't care about what I wore to school. And that kind of stuck in my head for a long time. So I was doing things that I wouldn't do if I wasn't high, you know. And I feel bad about all of it. And when I'm not pretty sure, it was a couple of them. I got on probation. I went to intentional theft. I was sentenced. Even she gave me a chance. I'll never forget Miss Bonnie Gordon. She was a judge, and she told me, this is going to be your last strike. And when that last strike came, and she said, you know what? I'm giving you this time because you knew better. And I will never forget that. And all I can say is when I did get locked up, prison saved my life. So I have while I was in custody, I kind of started changing my life around with the people who came into the prison ministry. I was with Rogers Behavior Health. No, I was with Word of Hope Ministries. They came in and they, saying that what can happen if I change this, and they came and mentored. So it was treatment for me while I was locked up. So when I got locked up, it helped me to identify like what I was doing to others. It helped me it encouraged me to look at why I was lying, stealing, manipulating, and I had to learn new healthy ways to, change my life completely. And having 2 kids out there, and I was gone 5 years, I was grateful for good baby daddies because my family, they were toxic. I mean, my environment was toxic. Getting high was a norm, and I just couldn't wait until it was over. And during the time of treatment, I was able to talk about the horrors of my drug addiction and how it affects others and the impact, the trauma. So the desire to do healthier ways and to show that I am a good person. Because like I said, I was grown and I did know better. And once I got off of drugs, I was happy. I've been off drugs for almost 19 years clean now. So as I got out, I stayed with Word of Hope Ministries. I've been a mentor for women. I went to Maida House for residential treatment. Once I got out of Maida House, I started working with Alzheimer's and dementia patients. That was like one of my favorite jobs. And after I left there, I went back to Maida House. I became an employee of Maida House. So I was giving my story, telling my testimony that I'm living proof that it can happen. And then I went back to school. So I got my degree in human services. And now I did a lot of volunteering for homeless shelters. Like my internship was all community service. I worked with Tom Barrett, the mayor. I worked for the city of Milwaukee, gave my story through the housing program because I end up in like low income. I was in West Lawn. And I was a success story there because I came out of poverty and bought my own home. And I was showing people that, you don't have to stick to what the system always has for you. You can go beyond that, and they're giving you the chance to do that. I used all the opportunities they gave me for scholarships. I ended up getting my degree in 2017. I bought my house in 2017. I even had a chance to come to Tony Evers for when I was working for the city of Milwaukee. I did the literacy program. I was honored for that. And this was another, I have 3 kids, 31, 24, and 11. So I had a baby at 40, and he has no idea that lifestyle that I have. And it's a blessing to not only have to start over with my life, but a chance to see my kid, one of my children, not to have to go through that. And it's been a blessing. And the reason why I feel like I need this partner is because I do have a story of somebody else's repeat in life. And my motto is, I can't keep what I got unless I give it away. I started my own. I've been working at Rogers Behavioral Health. I started in 2015, and I work with the adolescents from ages 8 to 17. And that right there in itself had me starting my business, Purpose to Prosperity, to support our kids in the community, to be able to have a safe place to talk about those traumas when they can't talk about it at home and whatever they go through. So it's a support system for that age group. We talk about anger management, we do cognitive interventions, we expose them to things that they never probably would be exposed to. And we do a lot of volunteering every year. Every Thanksgiving, we at the Salvation Army serving, singing through our church. So it's time, like in this part.
Thanks, Alicia.
Will help me because at the time I was working for the city, yes. At the time I was working for the city and I introduced my business, the person who actually helped me through, mentored me or whatever, he listened to my proposal, whatever, but he said something to me that again stuck to me. Like, well, if you had more letters behind your name, it'd probably go somewhere. And that stuck me. That's why I went back to school. But now I got these numbers behind my name, 272311, and I want them off. So, and it does come up. I know it comes up because I CCAP, I was a job coach. So I CCAP myself and I'm looking at, man, I can't get hired here because I got this. And I think it's just time that I show people and myself that I did make it through and I got a second chance.
All right. Thanks, Alicia. Questions for her? Jerry?
I think I saw on the back of your Purpose to Prosperity business card, it says, can't make this up. Is that right?
Yes. I can't make none of this up, sir. It's like, people go through life and it's not a made up story. I'm not the only one that could be going through this. So I'm trying to change families, one family at a time. When, they hear this, it's real.
Well, I thought that applied to your life.
Yes, it did.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thanks, Alicia. Hope you have a wonderful weekend and you'll hear from us in about a month.
Thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thanks. All right. Next on our agenda, we will be hearing from Denise Evans. Let's see if she's on. Doesn't look like we have her. So then we will jump to Tasha Dowell. So Tasha, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. There we go. Well, you've seen it a couple of times, Tasha, so you have the benefit of seeing how this works. So now's your opportunity. So please proceed.
Good morning, you guys. And I just want to start off by saying thank you for this opportunity. Well, I don't want to be a cliche. So 2004, I was given, I guess you want to call it a proposal or whatever of how to make money. At the time I had dropped out of high school. I was a mother already of 3. So came to me as it was an easier way to get the things that my kids needed without working for it. My children's father that I was with at the time, his sister was into this whole going to the bank and opening up a checking account. And you open up the account, and I knew there was no money in the account, and I still proceeded to write bad checks at Walmart, any store that was accepting checks at the time. I wrote a check there. After that, it was easy to go to the DMV and change your last name and open up another checking account in the new last name that I had. I essentially opened up 4, I want to say maybe 4 accounts. I did it under my birth name. I changed it to Tasha Humphrey, Tasha Johnson, I think it was a Winters, and Williams, which is kind of funny now because I got married last year and my last name is Williams now. I was sentenced to 36 months of probation, and I had a 10-month stay sentence. I'm not gonna say probation it was kind of easy, but it wasn't. I really didn't get in trouble. I knew how to stay out of trouble, but so as far as my probation period, it got to the point to where I would see my PO officer, and I was I don't know if she had it out for me or whatever, but almost every time I seen my probation officer, I got locked up for something. So I just made the conscious decision that I wasn't going the next time because I didn't want to get locked up. And like I said, I had 3 children at the time. All under, let me see. I want to say they maybe was all under the age of 5, probably. 90. I had my oldest at 15, so she was born in 98. Then I had my son in 2001, and then I had a daughter in 2002. So I just got tired of getting locked up every time I seen them. So I went on the run for maybe, I might have said it might have been like a good year or so. I finally got caught picking up somebody from the DMV downtown, and I stopped at a no stopping area because they was coming to the car, but I stopped. I had the hazards on, and I had all the children in the car, so I picked their uncle up, and we proceeded to pull off. And when I proceeded to pull off, the police officers pulled up behind me, and I just looked at them, and I just told them, like, I'm finna go to jail, so I don't know what you guys gonna do with the kids. So I ended up sitting for, I think it was like 3 months, and those was like the hardest 3 months ever because I probably called home every day, and my oldest daughter cried every time she talked to me. So it was kind of hard to be away from them. And so that right there just showed me like jail wasn't a place for me. So since 2004, I haven't seen a pair of handcuffs. Now I might have maybe a parking ticket, maybe a speeding ticket, because go a little bit over the speed limit. But as far as going downtown and getting processed fingerprinting, I wasn't having that. Only because I didn't want to go without seeing my kids, because they wake up seeing me, they go to sleep seeing me. So for them, it was, I don't know how to explain it. it was heartbreaking for them and it was heartbreaking for me too. So since then, a part of my probation, I had to receive my GED or my HSED and keep gainful employment, which I have. I got my CNA license in 2002, which was before the conviction. So I really don't know why I just didn't work. I received my GED in 2004, August of 2004. I started college because I wanted to be an RN, but then it's like I start and then it was more so, okay, do I work more to provide for the kids or do I try to go to school? So college kept getting pushed back on the back burner because I continue to have kids. I have a total of 7 as of now and 3 grandchildren. My youngest is 5, the oldest is 23. The oldest one is probably the one that makes me push further to get my life together. The youngest one, she's 5, so she really don't know too much. So I'm just trying to make sure that she never has to see any one of my children, any part of anybody's jail cell. And I also wanted to teach them that even though in your lifetime you make mistakes, that you can also correct them mistakes. I believe getting a pardon would help me a lot because I am fully capable of doing certain jobs, maybe highly overqualified to do them. But once my background check get pulled, it's like, okay, well, you have the credentials to do this, but you also have a felony. So I have to continue to explain myself every time, which I have no problem in doing. I'm always like, you ain't even got to ask me about a conviction. I'm going to tell you, like, this is what happened. It wasn't so much as identity theft as taking somebody else's identity. It was myself and it was my name and I was just changing it. I have currently finished my first level of my nurse's degree. Looking to graduate in January of next year. A pardon will really, really help me because I want to open up a nursing, like a CNA agency, and I can't do that with a felony. And I don't want to have to go through someone else to open up my own business just to get my business up and running when I could do it myself. I also started Williams Heart Savers, which I am a certified CPR instructor. So I teach CPR classes and I'm just trying to take my life to the next level and be a fully functioning citizen. I know where my mistakes had lied and I personally feel like I have corrected them. I was sentenced to restitution, but going through legal action, I was told that that it would be discharged through my bankruptcy that I filed, and it wasn't until maybe like right before I got my court date that they informed me that that wasn't the case. So I did take steps, and I reached out to Waukesha County, which holds the restitution, to see if I can start up a payment plan of some sort. And I was told that they don't do payment plans, that I just have to pay towards pay towards it, and it goes to knocking down my restitution because it's going to stay there until it's fully paid. I looked at it, it was like $2,900 and some dollars, and then I think $250 for court fees. I have, as of this morning, because I couldn't do it until this morning, made a payment of $150 to go towards my restitution. I'm just trying to get that part of my life behind me, and just do everything. It came to a point to where I was scared to open a bank account, not as far as the fear of writing checks, because I know I would never do that again, that's out of the question, because I know you write checks, you're going to jail, and jail ain't for me. I'm too funny to go to jail. I'm just, you know. But I have been, I usually use I have been using prepaid cards up until 2018. But I did open an account with Wells Fargo, which I have a great standing with, that is currently my bank now. But I don't order checks at all. I don't want to order checks. I don't even want it to where they send checks and somebody steal them, and I just don't want the headache of even having checks. So my debit card is my best friend. Like I said, I feel like I'm deserving of a pardon, and I believe a pardon will help me further what I'm trying to do as far as giving back to the community, and even furthering myself. Even as of now, is kind of hindering. Only we get to pick our clinical sites as far as our nursing program, and in certain sites I can't go to because of the felony, So I feel like I can't get the greater experience as others as far as our nurses degree. And I'm just trying to change that. Just change the whole outlook. And I'm already a better person. I just want to be a great person as of now.
That's great, Tasha. I think we'll open up for questions. You've been very thorough. So any questions from the board? Jerry?
Ms. Williams, you worked as a traveling dialysis tech?
Okay, I have a lot of hats.
But no, I just want to know what does a traveling dialysis tech do?
I was doing the same thing as I don't know if you for people that have kidney failure and they're on dialysis. I worked for DaVita. I gained my CCHT, which is a certified hematosis tech, in 2014, working for DaVita dialysis. I stayed there for about 4.5 years. And I wanted the chance to see what traveling would be like. So my CCHT is compact, so I can go at any state I wanted to. So my first contract, I ended up going to Syracuse, New York. I did a 13-week contract there, which was very fun. And then I came home, I spent Christmas with my children, and then I ended up leaving again, and I went to Freehold, New Jersey. Oh, and I stayed there for maybe about 6-7 months because they kept extending my contract. I only stopped doing traveling dialysis because my oldest daughter was expecting her first daughter, and she was being a big baby about me being gone. So I came home, and I've been home since April of 2019, which I have I started back working as a CNA when I came back, because it's usually hard to get in one of our dialysis facilities down here. So I did as a CNA. Then I switched from being a CNA to a telemetry technician, to where if you come into the hospital and you get put on the
Ms. Williams, when you were working as a traveling dialysis tech, would you would go to clinics like
I would go to different clinics in different states. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thanks a lot, Tasha. It's good meeting you, and thank you for sharing your story with us. Since you've heard me say a bunch of times, you'll hear from us in about a month, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Have a nice day, you guys.
You as well. All right, and it looks like we have been unsuccessful in getting a hold of Denise Evans and Robert Dumas. So I think we will conclude our morning session and move into closed session. So I'll make a motion moving closed session for the reasons listed on the open meetings notice, including for the purpose of considering specific applications, financial and personal histories of specific persons, and applications before the board. Is there a second? Jeff seconds it. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, it's unanimous. I will shut off the live streaming and put Wisconsin Eye into the waiting room. And we are doing the afternoon session of the December 10th, 2021 Pardon Board hearing. Thanks for being with us. I am going to be running through a number of housekeeping items, so please listen carefully. It'll make the next hour or two easier for everyone. How we're going to be doing this today is we are going to be I will be calling people up in the order that you're listed on the public meeting notice for today. This is a public meeting. We're live streaming it on YouTube. Also, Wisconsin Eye is streaming it as well. That's Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. So considering that, please, in order to maintain audio quality, I'm going to ask you to do two things if you haven't already. One is make sure you're on mute. If you don't know how to do that, if Zoom is new to you, there's a little microphone icon in your lower left-hand corner of your screen, and you can just press that and it will mute you. When I call you up, unmute yourself by doing the exact same thing. The other thing is, with the exception of our board members, please turn your camera off. So you can do it the exact same way, except for instead of a little microphone icon, there's a little camera icon. So you can just click on that and it will turn your camera off. If we do have technical difficulties and if audio doesn't work or something like that, don't despair. We will simply go to the next applicant and a member of the governor's staff will reach out to you and we'll get it sorted out. So we're experienced doing that. It's not the end of the world by any means. When I do call you up, and like I said, we're going to be going through the order listed. So we'll be starting with Brendan, then Stephen, then Cynthia, Craig, Kenneth, Brooke, and then Joseph. When we do get to you, and then we have one person also, I believe, from this morning's session who might be trying to get on. When I call you up, you'll have about 5 to 10 minutes with the pardon advisor to share your story. We sent you some questions ahead of this hearing. We would like you to answer those questions. Please be concise. We like to move efficiently and we have a lot of people to hear from, but spend that 5 or 10 minutes explaining how you ended up with a felony conviction. We want to know specifics, not just I was convicted or this happened. We want to know what your role was in the crime. We want to know what your sentence was and how that sentence went. And then we want to know what you've done since then and why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. I will then open it up to the board for questions, and we'll have some questions for you, or we might not. It depends on how curious we are at the moment. After we get done asking questions, I will let you know that we're done and you can leave. In fact, you should leave. Nobody hangs on. You don't get any extra credit points for hanging on. And we all have a lot of things to do, so you can go about enjoying the rest of your day. Once we get through everybody, we will meet as a board in closed session. During that closed session, we will take a vote on whether or not to forward your application to Governor Evers for a pardon. If you receive majority support from the board members present, and that means in this case, we have 4 board members, so you need to have 3 of us support your pardon application. Your application will go to the governor, and then the governor will make a final determination on whether to grant you a pardon. If you don't receive the support from 3 of us today, your application will get rejected. Similarly, if it goes to Governor Evers and he rejects it, it will be rejected and you'll receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon in 18 months from the date of that letter. You'll hear about you've spent the longest amount of time waiting to get here today. You will either get that denial letter or hopefully for you, a pardon from the governor in about a month from today's hearing. So at the beginning of the new year, first or second week or so, give or take, you should be receiving that letter from the governor or from the Pardon Advisory Board. One little suggestion, if you do get a pardon, make sure you make some copies of it and protect it. It is a very important document and sometimes you'll need extra copies of it. I'm going to quickly introduce board members and then we will jump over to Brendan as our first applicant. So in addition to myself, we have Cindy O'Donnell with us today. Cindy is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and formerly with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We also have the Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is a former state and county prosecutor and now is director of the Prison Ministry Project. And last and certainly not least, we have Myrna Warrington, who's a tribal council member and also works in vocational rehabilitation. And so with that, let me make sure that we have Brendan here. So Brendan, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. So Brendan, you're calling in by phone, so I believe it is *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. You should be good now. Oh, you just muted yourself again. There you go. Are you there, Brendan?
Everybody hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. So Brendan,
Perfect.
please proceed.
All right. Detailed summary of my offenses. I believe I have 3 felonies for party to a crime burglary. Creeping up on 15 years already. As far as I can remember with the 3 offenses, it was me and 4 or 5 buddies. We went out, construction site, took some wood, wagon tails, the doggy daycare center. There was a lockbox in there that we found. I believe another one was Jeffrey Farr. He was a neighbor to one of my buddies in Howard. He had a generator and stuff that we went over there and grabbed some tools and whatnot. As far, I was mostly in the statements, I believe I was a lookout and a driver, dropping off, picking up, making sure nobody was going to come around to find out what we were doing. Like I said, it was quite some time ago, so the details of everything are kind of bleak right now. But just mostly young and dumb, looking for a thrill ride, I guess. So, would you like me to move on?
Yep. Nope, please keep going. If we have questions for you, we'll ask about them at the end.
Okay. My sentences went good. There wasn't really any issues. I had the judge requested a PSI for me to do because I came from a good family, surrounded by good people, and he was just curious on why I did what I did. I didn't have any issues with probation. I worked the whole time. I was in school full time for a year to get my technical diploma in machine tool and CNC operations, which is what I've been doing now the last 8 or 9 years. Paid off all my restitution. The community service I also paid off. I believe that was at $20 an hour at that time for 180 hours. Paid that off. I didn't have any behavioral issues. I have had no other charges as far as DUIs or misdemeanors, or I got a speeding ticket 4 years ago in a construction zone. But other than that, everything's been going good. Got a good job, a good life. Got some money saved up. Everything's been going good the last 10, 12 years. So, and like I said, since what I've done since then is maintain full-time jobs, went to school, have done a little bit of community service. I helped rebuild some habitats and do some painting at the new zoo in Swamico since I was a resident there right down the road, and helped out there. I donated a couple times to Paul's Pantry around Thanksgiving, breads and soups, and I've been in a steady relationship for the last 10 years. That's going good. I guess I believe I should receive a pardon. I'm not a burden to society. I'm an avid fisherman. I bow hunt sometimes. I would like to get out and maybe do some gun deer hunting again.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I really don't have anything else for you guys. Just young and dumb and made some mistakes and trying to move on from it.
Sure. Brendan, did you or your friends know the victims?
We knew, I didn't know Jeffrey Farr, but one of my buddies did.
Mm-hmm.
It was his neighbor.
Did you have any contact with the victims afterwards?
I maintained contact with one of them due to the fact that I'm really good friends with his sister, and his sister married my best friend. It was, do you say with the victims or with
Yep.
With my friends, with the victims?
Yep.
I do not have any contact with the victims.
Okay.
I wrote them apology letters years and years ago. I don't remember if I ever received responses from them or anything. But they did get formal apologies from me.
Okay. And then I just have two other questions that I'll hand over to the other board members. One is, there's two things that popped up on your DOJ background check. One was a 2005 arrest for non-criminal contempt of court. Does that ring any bells?
Criminal contempt, 05. There was, I did get, it would have been my junior year in high school. I remember they came in, the liaison officer came in and arrested me due to not paying off fines for tardiness,
Mm-hmm.
I believe. And then they took me down to the station for that until my fines got paid off.
Okay.
I think that's what it's from, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Sure. And then one other question. It looks like your probation was extended. Is that
Yes,
true?
it was.
And why?
Yep. I believe it got extended an extra 2 years to give me time to pay off the community service because I didn't have time to do it due to work.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I believe that was 180 hours at $20 an hour. I think they charged me. So I just did monthly payments for that.
Any questions from the board? Jerry? You're muted, Jerry.
Were the tools and the generator recovered?
Yes, I believe the neighbor got him back.
Okay.
Pretty
And you
sure
also, I mean, that's one thing. Another thing is on 2 occasions, you stole cash from the doggy daycare. Is that correct?
On 2 occasions?
Yes.
I remember one occasion, like I said, I never entered the building. But I know that they mentioned a lockbox that had cash and I believe a diamond ring in it was written up, but that was never proved in court because that was hearsay from the victim that there was a diamond ring in the lockbox.
Did you get any of that cash?
I did not get any of that cash.
All right, thank you.
I think the other 3 split it.
Cindy?
Mr. Willems, I'm curious, if you were granted a pardon, how would that change your life?
It would change my life because the industry that I'm in, I work a lot with bigger companies that have, I guess, better, if I could get hired by them, you know, as far as paper converting or Procter and Gamble, Georgia Pacific. It would be a big, right now where I'm at is it's a nice mom and pop shop. You know, I make pretty good money there. But benefits at bigger places, you know, like I said, Georgia Pacific, Procter and Gamble, Green Bay Packaging, paper converting. I have a nice LinkedIn account with all my stuff on it. It would just, I believe if those were off of my record, that it would be easier for me to move up the tier a little bit in my industry.
Okay, and one follow-up question. While not required, it's encouraged that people submit letters of support, and you did not submit any, and I'm wondering why you chose not to submit any.
A letter of support with my pardon packet?
Letters of support, right, from family, friends, employers, community members. We see a variety of letters supporting the pardon application. And
oh, I guess I wasn't aware of that step. I don't know if I missed it on the pardon packet or. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Okay, thank you.
I guess if there was, then I would have had a couple people do that.
All right, well, thanks for your time, Brennan. As you heard me say at the beginning, you'll hear from us in terms of the outcome of this process within about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
Sure, well, thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, and next up on our agenda, we have Stephen Johnson. Stephen, are you there? All right. We will then jump ahead to Cynthia. Cynthia Branton, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. There we go.
Hi, good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. Well, Cindy, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Hi, I'd like to start by saying I have a cold, so my voice is a little hoarse right now.
Not a problem.
And I'd like to thank you for taking the time to meet with me this afternoon. So my crime was about 20 years ago. It was a theft in the business setting where I worked at a bank. I was married to my daughter, which when I was my ex-husband, my daughter's father. Was going through a troubled time then. I was physically, emotionally, and mentally abused by him. He would show up at the bank and come to my teller and kind of direct me on what he wanted done. And I did it, and I take full responsibility for that action. I mean, it was a poor decision on my part. I guess I should have just left, but at that time I was young, dumb, and thought I was in love. I had 4 years probation. I was released, early release in 3 years. I had the monies that were all paid back before the sentencing. I did community service, and I still help out the community now in Arizona. Let's see, the reason I would like the pardon is because I'd like to go back to school to become a nurse. I'd like to be a medical assistant. I'm married now, it's blessed with my husband, and I have 4 beautiful grandchildren and a beautiful daughter. And I was blessed to be able to give life. I saved my husband. I gave him a kidney. And I would like to further on with the education in the medical field.
Great, thanks, Cynthia. When did you donate the kidney?
4 or 5 years ago.
5 years ago?
May 4th, yes.
And how is your husband doing?
He's doing absolutely amazing.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Question for you about going back back 20 years ago.
Yes.
How many customers were impacted by this?
There were
and
4.
4.
There were
Okay.
4. And then after court, I met 2 of them and I was able to apologize and they accepted my apology.
Okay. Cindy?
Good afternoon. I'm wondering how you were able to pay back the restitution even before sentencing.
Well, I left my husband. I got to move back with my parents, with my daughter. And when I got my taxes and I worked and I just saved it all and paid it back.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Jerry? Need to unmute yourself, Jerry.
In the complaint, it talks about how you sort of targeted some of the victims, that you tried to establish a relationship with some of the victims. What was going on with that?
I didn't. They were just customers that came in.
Well, it says here that you called them and invited them to come to a cookout, that you called and asked about how her pregnancy was going.
That I don't remember any of that. I was not friends with any of them. I mean, I would see them at the bank and that was it.
In the complaint, it says that Yolanda Hall stated she thought it was strange that Broder was telling her that she was trying to buy a house and she invited Hall over for a cookout.
That I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
So it's your story. Your ex-husband was telling you to do this.
He would show up at the bank, correct?
And so why did you choose these particular accounts?
That I don't know. I don't remember, and I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Cynthia. As you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month, but appreciate your time and have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, now it looks like we're going to jump a little bit here because Denise Evans from this morning session, it looks like she called in. So Denise, if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself, you can do so by hitting *6. There you go. Can you hear us, Denise?
Yes, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing well. So glad you were able to make it with us. So to start things off, if you can just describe what happened in terms of how you ended up with your 3 felony convictions, what happened with your sentence, and what happened afterwards, and why are you seeking a pardon?
Back then, way back then, I was actually doing drugs. I have been clean now for over 20 years. And I got with the wrong crowd one day, just standing in front of my house. And later on that day, I was told that I was in a robbery. I ended up doing 25 months in prison for it. I completed my time, no problems. And now I have moved on tremendously. I have really moved on.
Why are you seeking a pardon?
Yes, I am seeking a pardon because right now I was just doing security in Texas. And well, I had to come back to Vegas because of one of my daughters was having problems. She's just getting out of the military and she was having some issues. So I came back to help her with her children. Mm-hmm. And so now I'm working for Amazon. I'm still seeking my pardon so I can get a better position somewhere. And I have went to school. Mm-hmm. For psychology, which I got halfway through. I was told that by me being a felon and for what I was seeking, that they would not accept me.
Okay.
So went on to move from. That's when I moved from Las Vegas to Texas, and did the security for three good years. I was a supervisor over $1 billion company, and now I'm back in Texas. I mean, in Las Vegas doing Amazon at the age of 60. But other than that, I'm doing good for myself. It's just that everything I try to get into, it goes right back to my felon. And it's been over 20 years. And then, like, when I came here with the security, when I got here, I didn't know that Las Vegas actually goes back from the age of 18 to the present age. And it was for the same company. And after they told me I can come here, they transferred me here and everything. And I just lost, it's like I lost a gap in my life because I moved back here, thought I would be able to have that job again. So now I'm fighting to get my pardon so I can go back and try again.
Sure. Can you talk a little bit, Denise, about, so I know this is a long time ago, 24 some years ago, back to 1997. So you had your first conviction and you were, 36 at the time, and you got the conviction for cocaine, or were arrested for cocaine, and then 8 days later you had this armed robbery arrest. Can you just, what happened with that armed robbery? Why were you arrested? What happened?
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry for that. The armed robbery was I would say it's vague in my memory, very vague, because I remember standing out talking to an ex-boyfriend, and the police pulled up, and the young lady in the back said, "That's them." And I'm like, okay, what y'all done did? And I'm bagging up, and police say, "You too." And so I'm arrested. And I didn't ever understand. I never got an explanation for it. I always tried to figure out what really happened. But like I said, I have did the time for it. It's in my past, and I try to leave all of that in my past because I'm a better person now than when I was in my drug days. I don't even like to. When I come back to, matter of fact, I just came back home from Wisconsin a couple of weeks ago, not even a couple of weeks really, burying my brother. And I ran into some of the old people that I knew back then, and I don't put no one down for what they do, but that's part of your life right now. We're too old for that, and I have moved on, and I don't want to be a social. I don't want to socialize with that type of party anymore. So I have too many grandkids right now, and I'm just trying to stay focused, and I'm very focused right now.
Okay. Questions, Cindy?
So, Ms. Evans, just to follow up on Ryan's questioning. So the criminal complaint, at the time of the criminal complaint, they took a statement from you and you had acknowledged you were involved in the armed robbery, but that you didn't take any money directly from the woman. But you were there and that you confronted her and you got out of the vehicle. But then on your pardon application, you say you weren't even there. And
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I don't, how do those two things come together?
Because like I was saying, it's sort of vague in my memory, but I have, after going over some of the stuff, I'm reading the stuff, I'm like, okay, I probably did do that. I remember this young lady hitting the back of my car, but it wasn't the same day that I was arrested. And I remember this lady hitting my car. And a few days later, here it comes that I'm being arrested for robbery. I don't know if you can get that picture, but that's how I see it, that when she hit my car, I left it alone. The car wasn't dented or nothing like that. And I don't know what happened between her and my ex-boyfriend at the time. So.
But in the criminal complaint, when the police first took a statement from you, you said that you confronted the victim and that you were there.
When she hit my car, I confronted the same young lady. Okay. This is the young lady I confronted when she hit my car. When we noticed wasn't nothing wrong with the car, she had kids in the car, I left her alone. Now, what happened between him and her standing out there, I don't know, because I was in the house because already me and him was arguing.
You pled to the armed robbery. You went to prison for it.
Because that's the only choice I had. You know, I'm standing there with all these people telling me you did it. Okay, I did. Let's get this over with. I'm gonna do this time anyway, regardless. That's how I felt back then. If I know what I know now, I would never pled to that. I would have fought it if I had to.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry?
Was the guy you were arguing with Willie Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Well, and in the police report, your daughter says that you were with Willie Williams when the armed robbery occurred. Not your daughter said that.
Right. My daughter said me and Willie was outside when the confrontation happened. When I went in the house, that was around the same time me and Willie Williams was together. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. All right.
Now, in a good way. But he was there that day when the confrontation about the car happened. Now, what happened afterwards, I still say I don't know, because I went inside.
And in your letter that you wrote, you're asking for a pardon for my past mistakes. So what are your past mistakes that you're asking for a pardon for?
For the drug sales, I supposed to for the drug charges, and for this being accused of this armed robbery.
Okay, thank you.
And then they saying it's an armed robbery. There was, was it a weapon? It didn't say in any of the paperwork that it was a weapon there.
All right, any other questions for Denise? All right, well, thanks a lot for making. I'm glad we were able to connect here, Denise, and not have to reschedule. So you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, looks like we now have Stephen Johnson has joined us. So Stephen, if you wouldn't mind unmuting and turning your camera on. So Stephen, you've seen how this goes. So now's your opportunity to share your story with us in terms of how you ended up with your felony conviction and what happened with your sentence and what's happened since the sentence in terms of why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
I thank everybody for giving me this opportunity. I've been waiting 13 years for this. A little nervous, but I've watched videos online of how this process has gone, and it seems like you guys do a pretty good job making people comfortable in the situation. I'll get started by explaining the situation. Back in 2008, I had been graduated from high school for 6 months or so at the time, 8 months. It was in February. I had some tough times financially. It was my first apartment, moved out from my parents' house. I was in school at the time at MATC for criminal justice, looking to become a police officer. And besides that, I had worked full-time second shift to try and pay my way through life. Trying to, have an apartment, live away from mom and dad. And I had kind of come into tough times with my first roommate stealing all of our money to throw a party with, and was kind of hard up. I had met with a couple gentlemen that I had worked with one of them in the past Can't remember exactly how it is I came upon, meeting up with them again, but they had explained to me that they were living out of his car at the time. And, I didn't think that was right. It's so come stay with me, it's like, I'm not doing good. I might not have a roof over my head for long, but maybe I can give you a better spot than a car to sleep in Wisconsin winters. And so they came and stayed with me. One night we were talking and they had explained to me about a couple of bad tattoos that they had gotten. They had matching tattoos with each other. They were really good friends. And that they had a plan to essentially how they could make money is do better work than the person that had done it for them, becoming tattoo artists themselves and being hard up for money at the time. And they had a plan to break into this tattoo parlor. I was just like, well, I'll come along with you, and see if there's, a little bit of money that I could catch up on my past rent on. It was a terrible decision. The whole time we were in the process of the burglary after hours, I was on edge. The adrenaline starts pumping. You don't know why you're there. You're rethinking all your choices, but you're already in the middle of it and you don't know how. So we got it done. We got out of there. There wasn't any actual money on hand in the shop, or if there was, I didn't look hard enough for it. I just started grabbing things with them, throwing it in my car, and then we took off back to my apartment. It was a few weeks later that the city of Burlington detectives found out about pinned us to the burglary itself. Apparently some of them had been tattooing minors, and next thing you know, mom and dad said, you're grounded for the rest of your life if you don't tell us where you got that tattoo. And we got ultimately caught. So I was facing 3 burglary charges. They gave us a new charge for every time we entered the building because we entered and exited, running back and forth to the car with more things. So it was, I think there was a total time of facing, if I were to get the max of 38 years. And as a 18-year-old, I was like, wow, if I get the max for this, I'm going to be in prison for almost all my life, and it was a real eye opener. I mean, I'd been in a little bit of trouble with a couple disorderly conducts when I think my senior year of high school, but nothing serious. And it was a real eye opener. I know I left a lot of people disappointed, my parents especially. Both of my parents are ministers. I wasn't raised to be like that. Was going through kind of that time in my life where I didn't like mom and dad's rules. I wanted to move out of their house and be my own man, and I definitely ruined that. I put a lot of strain on our relationship. I feel that way. It took years for my parents to regain my trust and not think that, everything I was doing, was I doing the right thing? It put it made my dad look bad in the community. Being a minister, you don't want to have to try and explain to other pastors in the area or congregation members about your son going to prison or something like that. So it was a tough time, but we got through it. And I proved myself to them. I served the time that I was given by the court. Luckily, it was significantly less than the maximum. I did serve 3 years on probation afterwards, in which I had completed a couple classes that my probation agent required of me. And I had no negative marks against me. I did have a difficulty time finding employment, which was hard, you know, being new, coming out of, you know, a felony burglary. So recent, there weren't a lot of employers that were interested in hiring somebody like that. It kind of really puts this label on you as being a, you know, almost a hardened criminal. They look at it like at any moment I could steal any of their products in the building, and that it wasn't the case. But I mean, I understood. I ended up starting my own business then. When I had difficulty finding jobs, I remodel houses. I've been doing that on the side this whole time at least. But for the first 3 or 4 years there, it was my only means of work. I employed other individuals, some of which that also needed a break in life, whether or not they were just financially burdened or were also newly out of incarceration. And we kind of trained each other. You know, there was obviously, being as young as I was, I didn't know a lot of trades at the time, but we all had our own experiences that we brought in and taught each other. And now, you know, there's not a trade I don't know. And I've formulated good relationships with my customers over the years that I'm always, you know, the guy they go to whenever they want something done in their house. I've also, since that, I've been married and had a daughter. She's 5 years old and in kindergarten. My wife and I divorced this past year. She is one of the letters of my character witness. Our marriage dissolved for our own personal reasons. We split ways, and amicably. We didn't go through court processes. We wrote our own parenting plan. We divided our own assets without argument. And to this day, I guarantee you that she wholeheartedly agrees that her statement is accurate, along with that of her parents. In fact, throughout this process, the governor's pardoned a couple other groups of people, and every time she forwards me the article and asks me when it's my turn, you know, and you know, I've been hopeful the whole time. But she was a probation agent herself. I currently live with one of her coworkers who is also a probation agent. Most of my good friends that I've made throughout the years are members of law enforcement. I work with a lot of their fundraising programs in the local community here as well. Every single one of them that I've talked to about this, you know, they think, no way, you know, it's, most people don't look at me and scream, oh, yep, convicted felon. You know, it's explaining it, and then you tell them the situation of how it happened. Everybody's like, well, that was dumb. And I was like, yeah, I know, you know, it's like, I own up to it. You know, the more you hear about it, or the more you explain it, the more ridiculous it sounds. Like, well, what did you do to get your felony? Well, I broke into a tattoo parlor and started an underground tattooing ring. You know, it was definitely a childish decision.
Mr. Johnson, I think we'll open it up for questions for people.
Sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Johnson, in your application, you mentioned that your felony conviction has limited the jobs you can do as a construction worker. How so?
There are job sites. I'm the production manager and a project manager for Lake City Glass in Madison. We go obviously we do a lot of work at the Capitol and most government buildings. There are buildings that require background checks for any individuals coming and going on the premises. It makes us very selective on who our glazers on site can be, along with your project managers. I know the military base there, the Air National Guard, that's another one. You definitely have to, and these are all projects that we do and work on quite frequently.
Okay.
And it limits me from not being able to do them.
Good, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for appearing before us, and you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. All right, next we will go to, let me just make sure we're not missing anybody. All right, next we will go to, is Craig Jorgensen here available? Craig, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on.
Okay, can you see me at all? My audio or my video locked up on here?
Nope, you're all good.
Okay.
So, please proceed.
Thank you for your time and consideration. So what had happened is around 1996, me and 3 other individuals ended up breaking into one of the individual's neighbor's residence. I was along with, and I did not take anything, but I'm just kind of nervous.
Nope, that's fine. Take your time. I think your connection is.
Just bear with me, please. Around the same time frame. I figure he had old. You still here yet?
Yeah, it might work best if you turn your camera off, just because I think your connection is a little unstable.
Sure.
There you go.
Is that better?
Yep, much better. Go ahead.
Okay. So like I was saying, back in 1996, myself and 3 other individuals I was along with for one of the individual's neighbors. We had broken into the house, went through. I had not taken anything at all. But also at the same time, we went over into the victim, West Fager's barn. He had an old boat there and some other things. I did participate in vandalizing that. And there's a couple different occasions that had happened with this. I was along with for a couple of them, and I wasn't along for the other remaining ones. I found out about those later. I'm getting charged with 1 count of party to burglary with that. I ended up serving 1 month jail time out of a 3-month suspended sentence. I completed 3 years probation and paid my restitution. While I was in jail, actually on Huber, I was going to technical college at NWTC at the time. I actually had to leave Huber even to complete my graduation ceremony. After that, I got a job over at Brooks Tractor, worked there for 2 years, and then left, went over to Skipper Bud's to work on customers' yachts. At those times, just as a judge of character, I guess, being honest with the employers, I never had a problem with being employed. Then after that, I worked 10 years at Peterbilt, and then currently where I'm at now, 10 years as a diesel mechanic. So now, I know you have questions. I'm kind of nervous and skipping around here. Bear with me. I've been married for 9 years. I have 2 children. I do volunteer myself for events. My wife works for the police department in Kiel. So I do help with like the shop at the cop. I do donations for like family of children with cancer and such. I have not gotten in any trouble at all. Actually, since this has all happened, and a productive citizen, a family man. I try to help out and donate whenever I can. So the reason that I'm asking for the pardon is, for one, as my career working as a field technician on heavy equipment, my knees and shoulders are starting to give me problems, and I would like to. I considered becoming an instructor for diesel and heavy equipment, perhaps like a technical college, and I feel that that may hamper that. The other big reason is that my wife, she was involved with the TRIPS program, sending 8th grade kids over to Washington, D.C. And through the years she did that, I was not able to chaperone that just due to the felony. So with my kids getting older, I try to be as much in their life as I possibly can. Family means a lot to me. I like to chaperone for any field trips, even keep them, teach them things outdoors. I would like to possibly get into hunting with my children, bring them up with that. Those are kind of the main big reasons that I would be looking to possibly get this pardon. I have shame and regret. When I started filling out the paperwork on here, it brought back a lot of dark time memories, if you want to say. And also reflecting now, I actually put myself in Wes Fager's shoes, and I feel terrible for how I probably made him felt uncertain and nervous, not knowing what's happening with him, or with the situation, I should say. I had not had any contact with Wes Fager. I don't know where he moved to. I had not seen him or talked to him. Other than that, I guess if you have any questions at this point here.
Thanks, Mr. Jorgensen. One question, then I'll hand over to Cindy. Why this particular victim?
Excuse me, I didn't hear.
Why did you and your friends pick this one acquaintance's house or barn?
So what had happened? Kevin Berkovitz, one of the individuals in the group, he was neighbors with Wes Fager. Wes Fager had bought his parents' old farmhouse, and they lived next door. And there was animosity there. I don't understand why, between Kevin and Wes Fager. And so I don't know if this was some outlash or acting out from Kevin to Wes, which was not right. But we more or less got drug into it. That's how that all started out, I guess, is that reason. That would have been why.
Cindy?
Yeah, that was my question, Ryan. You didn't really have a beef with this person, right?
No, actually, I got along with him, but just under foolish peer pressure, being, in hindsight now, especially being a lot older, especially how foolish he was. He was a librarian actually at our school. I had actually gotten along with him perfectly fine. And the whole time as I was going through, I knew it was wrong. I shouldn't have been there, but whatever reason, I just didn't have the common sense at the time to leave.
Well, not only didn't leave, you participated.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
You were discharged early, it looks like, from probation.
No, I believe it was a full 3 years.
Did you?
That I served up. I mean, it's so long ago, I'm trying to remember, but I thought it was a full time. I don't think there was any kind of early release.
Okay. And then I'm curious, on the original judgment of conviction, you were ordered to do about 120 hours of community service. Do you recall where you did that?
I actually don't think I had to do that at all. I don't know, perhaps if that was a portion, because the jail sentence I know was originally for 3 months, but then they dropped it down to 1 month. And then it had been 2 months for suspended sentence, I guess. And the 180 hours, I don't know if that was also tied into the additional 2 months, if I were to mess up at all at that point or not.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
I don't recall having to do or fulfilling the 180 hours though.
Okay, and it was a long time ago, but thank you.
Yeah, yes.
Any other questions, Jerry?
The victim was a school librarian?
Correct, yes, at the high school, at high school.
So at the high school, you and the other guys attended?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And did he continue to work after this incident?
Yes, he did. Yep. Yeah, for quite a while, actually, 5 or 10 years, if I recall correctly.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
All right, thanks, Craig, for sharing your story with us. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of this process, but hope you have a good day.
Okay, thank you. You too.
All right, next we will be hearing from Ken Simmons. So Ken, if you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself and turning your camera on. All right, well, Ken, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I too am a bit nervous, and I appreciate all the work you guys do. You can't imagine what that means for us to have the hope, and thank you for serving on the board. I'm 60 years old. I grew up in northern Wisconsin. While I was living there, some friends had decided to go to Eau Claire to see another friend. It may have been a birthday party or something, but we were going down there to celebrate something, and we ended up drinking a very long time, a very large amount. I was 18 and had no business consuming that much alcohol. Some of this I remember very vividly. Some I don't recall, and that's the biggest problem for me, is that a lot of this was in a blackout, and I'm just fortunate that nobody got hurt that night. We went down to his house. We were drinking and eating, and we hopped in his roommate's pickup truck and went down to the bars and continued there. And somehow we got separated. And I was actually a bit frightened. I didn't know where to go, what to do. Like I said, I was too young to be consuming alcohol at like that, like a college person, I guess you'd say. But I thought, well, if I go out to the truck, they got to come back there. I'll meet up with them again. I got to the truck. The keys were in the ignition. I decided to get back at them for what I thought was, not caring about me. I guess I was the youngest one in the crowd that day. And I would drive the truck around to the front of the bar, and then when they came back looking for it, there would be the joke's on them. And that, seriously, I vividly remember that. I got in the truck, drove around. I don't know if there wasn't a parking space or if there was a one-way street or whatever. I ended up not being able to get to where I wanted to go, and the rest was a blackout. The truck matched the same. I did not know that it wasn't my friend's roommate's truck until the public defender came to see me in jail and said whose truck it was. The color, the make, the model, everything matched. It just happened to be this crazy coincidence. My sentence was to seek alcohol counseling and get a job basically spend some time. I think it was a month or so in jail. It was operating without owner's consent, and it was a part of a plea bargain that that I agreed to. That said, it's not grand theft auto. They told me it's operating without consent, but it will be a felony. And I didn't know what I was doing. I just, instead of maybe asking for help, I just said, okay, sure, whatever, the fastest way. And they had that provision in there for me, and I thought, maybe I should look at this drinking thing. I went to Ashland, and they had a facility there where they allowed me to stay. The deputy sheriff dropped me off and said, look, if you run from here, you're done. So the doors are not locked here. So make good use of this time. I did try. The seeds were planted. I didn't heed them, as a lot of things in that time of my life. My late teens were not, I was not a reputable young man. My late teens were very embarrassing. But I did complete the jail time and started looking for work. Should I keep going into the other felony?
I think we'll open it. Yeah, if you could just briefly be concise though, in terms of the marijuana sale.
Okay, that was about a year and a half later. I had moved from northern Wisconsin down to southern Wisconsin, and I met a girl, and we began a relationship. We got married. We were very, very young. She wasn't pregnant or anything like that, but there was an opportunity came about. I never aspired to be a marijuana dealer. I never tried, marijuana dealing. There was an opportunity came up, and I knew how it worked, that you bought so much and you sold so much and you made money, and that was alluring to me. But I think the most I ever purchased was 4 1-ounce bags. I sold the man. I had to, excuse me. I had to find somebody to sell this to because I had no friends. It was a new city, a new place to live. I went to a bar and started talking to a guy, and we had a couple beers together, and I asked him if he'd like to buy some. We had a lot in common. He turned out to be an undercover cop who was off duty at the time. He told me afterwards that I made him go back on duty by asking him that question. And then some time went by, and he had called me up again and said, I'd like to buy some more. And I said, well, I don't have none, but maybe I could find some. And I did look for some for him, and he came to my apartment. I was 19. Since that time, and that's one of the things that makes asking for a pardon, I'm trying to make up for this as best I can, or to amend this. And I can't really do that without being granted a pardon. I understand. I was looking over some of what I wrote in my application, and it kind of sounded like I deserved like I felt I deserved a pardon, and that's not the case at all. I know we're granted, and there's a big difference there. And part of that, I should be able to demonstrate what I'm doing or what I'm going to do that will ensure this never happens again. That's, that's just as important as being willing to say, look, I'm sorry for what I did. It was the wrong thing to do. Just admitting things, I don't feel is enough.
Sure.
And
I think we'll open up for questions,
Okay.
Mr. Simmons,
Yeah.
but I just have one question, then I'll hand it over to folks. You mentioned in your application that you joined AA and have been sober for 15 years. Can you talk a little bit? Why did you end up going? What spurred that decision, and how has it gone?
Oh, that has changed my life. I owe my life and my sanity to that organization. It's what brought it on was there was one year. I mean, like I say, the seeds had been planted back when I was a young man, but I never took them seriously. I didn't want to. No alcoholic really wants to admit that. And I am glad to say today I'm a recovered alcoholic. And that does not mean that I can go out and drink again. It just means that sanity has returned, that my life is vastly different than it once was. I'm not that same man anymore. There's a transformation that I've eliminated the option of another drink in my future. It's just not an option, because if I say sanity has returned and I'm going to go out drinking tomorrow, how can I say my sanity has returned? So I deal with life in other ways now. My wife and I got married. I'm sorry, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, no,
it's just that, gosh, I had this all in my mind before this happened, before this meeting. But yes, I try to counsel people. I try to help others, especially the young people.
Sure.
I have experience that can do that. There's nothing better than my own experience and strength and the hope that they'll see that in me.
Sure. No, that's great. Cherry?
Yeah, just following that up, you had a very nice letter from William Slindy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and he speaks very highly of your work in the AA. And I don't know how this process will turn out, but I think you should feel very proud of the work you're doing through AA, and to recognize that you are trying to make amends for your felony. And so regardless of how this turns out, you should feel that you're making a significant contribution. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Just an observation that sort of piggybacks on what they said. I don't think it's coincidental that you see this board on the 10th and your anniversary is this weekend. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you for noticing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simmons. And as you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month. But like Jerry and Cindy said, congratulations on your sobriety. We see people whose success looks different for everybody, and 15 plus years is a huge success.
Very well.
All right. Next up, we will be hearing from Brooke Hassel. Let me see if Brooke is on. There you are, Brooke.
Hi.
Hi. Well, you've seen how this is. So now it's the next 5 or 10 minutes are yours in order to explain your story. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Brooke. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I appreciate your time and I'm very honored. I have petitioned for 2 cases that I have felony convictions for. The first one happened in 2005. I believe that the criminal complaint says 2006, but it did occur in 2005. I had been building a life for myself at 22 years old, and I felt like everything I had worked for those 4 years of adulthood had just crumbled. And I surrounded myself by new people, people that do not have the same values that I have, and I should have been more careful of the people that I surrounded myself with. And there was, so my crime are both the same. It's for delivery of a prescription drug. And I naively thought that because I didn't actually possess any of the medication, that I was somehow innocent of any wrongdoings. And I see now that I've matured and the outcome of my crimes, that I take complete ownership and responsibility for what occurred. And I, later, a few months later, I had given birth to my first child. So I was newly a mother. I unknowingly had money stolen from me from my child's father. And so when I went to pay bills or rent, my account was drained. And I just felt an extreme amount of responsibility to provide and not fail so soon after becoming a mother, that I chose to sell the pills that were prescribed to me in order to pay my rent. And it was not something I intended to become a criminal. I thought I was doing the right thing at first, reaching out to programs, reaching out to any type of assistance, and I wasn't able to gain that help. And I wish I never made that decision to do that. And I am very sorry for that. But I would have to say that my charges, the sentencing that I received from them, I had 6 months suspension of my license, which I complied with, and I was able to get work release for that. I did 2 years probation without any blemishes, any problems. I did 90 days home monitoring without any problems, and I did my community service hours. I did have employment at the times my crimes, I was charged with them. They did chose to have me remain on staff, and they said that was due to my character. So I was very fortunate for that. I maintained that employment with them for 17 years, getting promoted to a program director for adult family homes. And I did a number of other jobs with them. Mostly it's serving adults with disabilities. And since my charges, I also returned to school, completed my accounting degree for my associate's 2-year degree. So because I lost my position, they had sold the adult family homes I was managing. In 2011, I graduated and I tried using my degree for a job. I would get interviews, but I have not been able to gain even an internship in the accounting field. So finding a job in the field that I'm most passionate about, after 10 plus years of having this degree, I feel that my crimes have closed those doors for me. It is a field that requires public trust, and I feel my crimes do not reflect that or can, give the employer the reason to hire me. I can't gain the skills to further my education. That was my plan, to get my associate's degree, gain employment, and then return to school to continue my education. But I haven't, because I don't feel that I'm able to use that degree currently with the charges that I have. So I feel that it would honestly be throwing money at education I wouldn't be able to use. And I unknowingly pursued that field, and I didn't know it was going to stop at my education. I very much want a job in that field. I'm very passionate about it. I do very well. I got on the dean's list for it. So that is why I'm requesting a pardon.
Great, thanks, Brooke. We'll open up for questions from the board. So any questions? Cindy and then Jerry.
Just a comment to get your reaction from, I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but the district attorney's office supports your application for a pardon. And
I wasn't aware of
it. Yeah. So they noted, no further criminal conduct and a continuing education and employment, and that helps you be a productive member of society. So
right.
Just thought.
I do want to say that going through this process, as a positive, it gave me the skills to become a successful adult at such a young age. These are the things that you do to be successful. So as a positive, that's how I look at it.
Thank you.
Jerry?
You were born in Stevens Point. You've lived your whole life in Stevens Point, right?
Correct, yes.
Right. And I don't know if you know, you had a very positive letter from the Portage County Social Services about the work with your son. Can you tell us about your son?
Sure, I'd be happy to. He's 15. When he was 7, he had some mental health issues that became apparent, and I worked really closely with a social worker for disabled children. So she's been with us for a number of years now, and I'd like to also say that he just graduated from her program.
Oh, good.
So he has had a number of mental health things ongoing, with even a 9-month stay in a treatment facility at one point. So, I've done everything I can to support him, and I see he's graduated. So all that hard work was worth it.
Was that social worker Sarah Nelson? Is that
Yes.
who? Yeah. Good.
Yes.
She wrote the letter.
Yes, she did. She did give me a copy, and I appreciated all the kind words that she said, but I do work very hard for my family.
All right, well, thanks, Brooke, for appearing before. Myrna?
Yes, thank you. Was that your prescriptions of Vicodin, the Adderall, and the Ritalin?
Yes.
It was yours?
Yes.
So do you still get those?
No, it was a one-time prescription. It was not refillable, and it was a one-time occurrence that I ever did this my entire life.
Okay, because those are for ADHD, and that's not present anymore, or just?
No.
Okay.
All right, well, thanks, Brooke, for being before us. As you've heard me say a couple of times, you'll hear from us in about a month, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
You guys too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Joe, you are now our last applicant of the day. So you've seen how this goes. There we go. So please proceed, Joe. Looks like we can't hear you, Joe.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, now we can hear you.
Okay. Can you see me as well?
Yep, we can.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Yes, well, first off, I just want to thank you for your time today on this Friday afternoon, and of course, the opportunity to consider my pardon request. My name is Joseph Wade. I'm 39 years old. I've been married for 11 years, and I have an 8-year-old daughter. The detailed summary of my offense. So when I was 17 years old, so this would have been 22 years ago. When I was 17 years old, I moved from Minnesota to Housekeeping, Wisconsin, and this was in my end of my junior year of high school. And I'd moved around quite a bit prior to that, but ultimately that move was really tough for me. Had a lot of friends up in Minnesota, and when I moved down to the small town of Housekeeping outside of Milwaukee, it was tough. And so with that being said, I started going to Milwaukee, going to the rave scene there. And when I was going to the rave scene, I started experimenting with ecstasy or MDMA, ecstasy. And as I was going to the rave scene and experimenting with the ecstasy, that ultimately led to me selling ecstasy amongst my friends. And so while I was doing that, there in the when I would attend the rave scene, kind of on the weekends, I met an individual there that was, I guess in trouble with the law. He was what would be known as, what I'd learned as an informant, and he introduced me to an undercover agent who was working with the police, and I ended up selling ecstasy to this undercover agent, I believe 3 times over the course of about 5 months. And then, so ultimately, my charge was a felony of a distribution, delivery of MDMA, and I believe there were 3 counts because those were those 3 transactions. So, a brief summary of how my sentence went. Later in the year, I think the last transaction that I had with the officer was in January, and then I believe it was like almost fall of that same year. That's when I ended up getting arrested. And when that happened, I was done with actually that rave scene. I was done participating and selling drugs. It was kind of a surprise that I even had been arrested, but when I did become arrested, I immediately cooperated, and I pled guilty. And I ended up getting a 9-month sentence for Huber work release, which I ended up completing early, I think just over 5 months, kind of due to working at the facility at nights while I was working full-time during the day. And I think I maybe got a little bit of time off for initially when I was arrested, just being in the county jail or something. So, and then after that, I had, part of that sentence too was 5 years of probation. During the probation time, I passed all drug tests and alcohol tests. I was actually put on non-reporting status after 3 years in. I had restitution and 100 hours community service, with which I completed those within, I think, the first 2 years of my probation. And, also in that time, I went through drug counseling and, even just private therapy counseling. So a brief summary of what I've done since the completion of my sentence. Right after I, got out of Huber, I moved down to Georgia, where my family was. And I worked professionally there. I was employed for a little bit, and then I also ended up being self-employed. I met my wife. We've been married for 11 years and ended up having a daughter. This for the last 21 years. I feel like I've been a productive member of society. I've never been in trouble. Since then. I'm an older brother to 4 siblings. I definitely, try to be a role model to them, along with obviously, my close family and my daughter. I'm active in the church. I've been, co-leader of a men's group, and I'm active in a men's ministry that's actually across the country. On the West Coast, and there's an annual 300 plus men, men's group, for a week that I go to, like a men's retreat. And then why do I think I should receive a pardon? So, again, I'm honored that I'm even being considered, and, I do take full responsibility for everything that I did. So this isn't me, this isn't me trying to say I deserve it, but I do think I should receive one, because when this all happened, basically between the time I was 17 and 18, really it was like a almost less than a 12-month period, isolated, period that, I made some very immature mistakes, some stupid mistakes, and these mistakes have literally haunted me and have been a black cloud over my head for 20 plus years, 21 years. I've worked extremely hard to be a different person, to do a complete 180 from that isolated, immature time frame. Been very active in the community, definitely learned from my mistakes. And that label, I truly believe it doesn't define me, I'd love, just love to have the opportunity to move away from this black cloud of being a convicted felon.
Thanks, Joe. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Sure. Joe, I know the information in your application is more than a year old at this point, but how is your wife doing?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that concern. She's fighting. She's been fighting. I guess you've seen the information. But she's been fighting for quite a while. She's doing good. She has chemo every Wednesday in her brain. She has chemo in her body every 3 weeks on that Wednesday. She fights, and she tries to stay optimistic, but it's terminal, and it's, I don't know, it's a tough one, but she, she wakes up every morning and still does her 8-year-old daughter's hair, and goes back to sleep for half the day, but tries to be there to, just kind of be a remembrance, hopefully an etched remembrance in my daughter's, mind. So when she grows up.
And are you still connected with Hope Lutheran Church? There was a very positive letter from the pastor.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. I am not connected in terms of me going there. That's a church that my father goes to, and he lives about two hours away in the state. I do every now and then for whether it be Christmas time and I go see my parents or my father, then I'll go and I'll see Pastor Smedley.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Well, thanks, Joe. Your wife sounds like an amazing person.
Thank you.
And hope you all the best. And as you've heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, and that concludes our afternoon session. So I'll make a motion to move into closed session for purposes, yeah, Cindy?
I'll second that.
All right, for purposes listed on the open meeting notice for considering specific applications,